We'll call the meeting to order and we'll start with the roll call. Vicky, please.
Mayor Sue Patterson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Warren Dickert,
Present.
Councillor Harold Fleet,
Present.
Councillor Dave Hawking,
Present.
Councillor Carol Hudson, Councillor Brandon Cable,
Present.
Councillor Susan Sackle.
Present. All members are accounted for. We'll begin with the land acknowledgement. As we work toward reconciliation with Indigenous people, we begin our meeting today by respectfully acknowledging that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, and further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. So good afternoon, Council. Welcome to our regular Council meeting for Monday, January 16th. I welcome staff, guests, and the viewing public. Council, does anyone have a disclosure of pecuniary interest? And of course, if one should arise during the meeting, you may declare it then. So following along with our agenda, we do not have any additions or deletions. And we'll start with the health and safety message brought to us by Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Cold weather safety, hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, shivering, blurred speech or mumbling, slow, shallow breathing and weak pulse, clumsiness or lack of coordination, drowsiness or very low energy, confusion or memory loss of consciousness, first aid tips, get medical attention, handle person gently, exceed vigorous or jamming movements can trigger cardiac arrest, get out of the cold and wet. If you cannot get indoors, shield the person from the cold, wet, and wind. Gently remove wet clothing. Warm the person gradually and slowing using layers of blankets. Warm beverages can be given if a person is alert and able to swallow. Don't apply direct heat.
Thank you, Councillor Fleet. Item 7 is delegations, and our first delegation this afternoon is 7.1. We have Anthony Fleming and Victoria Anderlich from the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. So, Anthony, I take it you'll be starting.
Okay, excuse me, I'm a little technical. Can everybody see me okay?
Anthony, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, I says my video won't start my video. Here we go. There I am.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having us today. We really appreciate it on giving you guys a little bit of an update on Impact and what we do. And once we finish the presentation, we could open up for questions or we can ask questions during the presentation. We do have a short video and it's more towards the end of the presentation. And if time permits, it's about a 3-minute video. So if we can watch it at the end of the presentation, that'd be greatly appreciated. If not, there are links that people can watch them at their leisure as well. So good afternoon and almost good evening. My name is Anthony Fleming. I am the account manager with Municipal Stakeholders Relations at Impact for the counties of Grey and Bruce. And joining me today is Victoria Anderlich. She's our account support coordinator for Grey and Bruce counties. First of all, I would like to take a minute to congratulate all council members on their elections and their re-elections. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you throughout 2023 and beyond, whether you're newly elected or seasoned elected official. Please know that I'm here to help, as well as Victoria and the whole municipal and stakeholder relations team, who can address any questions that you may have. To start, municipal relationships are a priority to Impact, and our municipal and stakeholder relations team. We want to continue to elevate the municipal and property owner experience here at Impact. We go to the next slide, please. At Impact, we are Ontario's property experts. Our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties across Ontario, with a combined total value of more than $3 trillion. In the past year, Ontario has grown to approximately 4,500 or 45,000 new residential homes. And in 2022, we added more than $37 billion to the assessment roll. Every municipality uses our assessments to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of property taxes. Ontario property tax system and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion in tax revenue annually. So what is the taxation system in the province? So there are 4 key players that make up this system. First of all, there's the provincial government. Specifically, the Minister of Finance is responsible for setting assessments and taxation legislation, as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rates. There is also an independent body that adjudicates appeals of Impact's assessed values, the Assessment Review Board, or otherwise known as the ARB. This also falls under the jurisdiction of the province. Impact, our responsibility is to, we are an independent, non-for-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities. Our role is to accurately assess and classify all properties in Ontario. We do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set out by the Government of Ontario. We are accountable to the province, municipalities, and property taxpayers of Ontario through a board of directors that is comprised of provincial municipal taxpayer representatives, and they are appointed by the Ministry of Finance. Municipalities determine their budget requirements, set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services such as fire, police, roads, and recreation. Municipalities use Impact's assessments to establish tax rates to distribute their tax requirements to ratepayers. And finally, we have the property owners who pay property tax bills and help set market value throughout ongoing property purchases and sales. So to get all this information and to do the work, we have a large Ontario database, and it's very important to Impact on how we maintain and share this information and use this information. The property data is continually being updated so our municipal records are accurate with our municipal stakeholders and are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's property tax database includes inspecting and assessing new construction, additions, and renovations promptly, responding to property owners' inquiries, and working with them so they understand their assessments. Supporting municipalities through ongoing support. Municipal Connect is a piece of software where municipalities and municipal stakeholders can obtain primary source of assessment-related information and working together with our municipal partners on projects that are important to you, like our digital permitting process. We have important statutory duties and handling requests for reconsideration and maintaining people data by tracking school support for over 5.5 million properties. Sorry, just having a little hiccup here. There we go. So monitoring the market and assessing newly built renovated properties are things we do every day to keep our property data current. We also periodically update every single property and assessment in Ontario based on the same legislation valuation date. We call this an assessment update or a reassessment. The valuation date for most of the recent assessments took place in 2017, and our current valuation date is January 1st, 2016. This is when we determined that every single property in Ontario could have been reasonably sold to for its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Regular reevaluation of properties ensures that assessments are up to date and similar properties of similar value in the same municipality pay the similar property taxes. The provincial government provides impact evaluation date for the province-wide assessments, for province-wide assessment update and future reassessment cycles. So the reassessment that was scheduled to occur in 2020 was postponed by the province to give stability and certainty for Ontarians, to enable the municipality to focus on the challenges on responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on the legislative valuation date of January 1st, 2016. This should not have a negative impact, a financial impact on municipalities, as MPAC continues to maintain and update the assessment roll to reflect changes for new construction and improvements to properties. For the new building or structures, MPAC determines the value as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure equity when comparing to existing properties. So Ontario's property assessment taxation system is based on everybody paying their portion of what it costs to deliver community services. To do this, all properties are assigned a valuation date set by the province. This is called current valued assessment. The price of the property might be reasonably expected to sell or sold if sold to a willing seller or willing buyer after appropriate time exposed on an open market. MPAC awaits the news from the provincial government about the next province-wide assessment update. As I mentioned before, January 1st, 2016 continues to be our Ontario legislative valuation date. As noted earlier, this is the fixed date which all properties are valued in the province of Ontario. Although the assessment update remains paused, our work continues to keep data up to date. Property owners will still receive an updated property assessment notice from MPAC if there are changes to their properties. Just for example, in November of last year, we sent out almost 800,000 notices to reflect changes to properties. Once the province announces the next assessment update, when it will take place, and when the valuation date will be, we'll be reaching out to all municipalities in the province and start a dialogue just to ensure you're up to date and informed on what's going on with you, the values within your community. So now I'd like to just change gears a little bit and just talk about how we value properties throughout the province. Basically, there are three approaches to value within the province of Ontario for assessment. We have a direct comparison approach, income, and cost. I'll just briefly touch a little bit about each one. So direct comparison approach, recent sales of comparable properties are analyzed to provide an indication of value for properties assessed throughout this approach. Mostly this is residential properties. There's the income approach, which is the ability to earn revenue is tied to the real estate and not the business that may run from the location. So in other words, it is not the revenue being generated by Walmart, rather it's the income by the way the rent and the landlord can generate through the ability to lease the space to Walmart. This method does require a detailed analysis of income and expenses, both for the property being valued and similar properties, to determine how much income and property could be expected to generate if sold on the open market. And lastly, there is the cost approach. This is approach of properties that are rarely sold on an open market. We cannot rely on the direct comparison approach or the income approach for this current value due to the lack of data. Some of these properties are the mines and manufacturing, for example. Go to the next slide, please. So MPAC's role in the building process. So this slide here is really to let you know what triggers MPAC to go out and reassess or look at a property for potential reassessment. So it's typically done with one of the following things. There's a market sale, so we do sales analysis. There's a request from a municipality or a property owner to take a look at a particular property. There's some building activity, so we receive a building permit from the municipality, so this is a trigger for us to go out. And there may be possibly a request for reconsideration or an appeal. MPAC's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into assessment. Our municipal stakeholders rely on MPAC's assessment to levy property taxes. The sooner impact can deliver assessments, the sooner municipality and stakeholders can realize their new revenue. Every year, impact processes approximately 300,000 building permits on new development and/or renovations. We're the only organization with a data set of all building permits in Ontario. Our understanding of the data gives us a unique perspective on ways to modernize its collection and exchange support for our municipal partners. Go to the next slide, please. After we assess a property or change in assessment, we mail the property owner an assessment notice. Sometimes property owners do not agree with their assessed value. So a property owner might connect with you and let you know that they disagree with our assessment. But it's important to remember property assessments are not taxation. So there's 4 things that you can ask the property owner before we get into taxation. So if you get a current inquiry, you can help us by asking the owner a few questions. And could they have sold their property on January 1st, 2016 for the assessed value? Secondly, if they visited About My Property to review information on impact on file regarding all the information that we have on their property and if it's correct. And thirdly, you can use About My Property also to take a comparable research on all assessments of values in their area. So they can compare similar properties in the area to ensure that they're assessed similar to what they have. If a property still disagrees with their assessment, they have the option to file a request for reconsideration, and we will review this free of charge. There's also the ability to file an appeal with the Assessment Review Board. The fastest way for a property owner that does not agree with their assessment is to file an RFR through About My Property, and property owners also can file on impact.ca website. One of the great things about My Property, when they go to About My Property, they can view their information, view their neighbors' information, and then when they're in there, they can save and store so many favorites, so many searches, and then when they wanted to file a request for reconsideration, the software will trap all of those ones that there's their favorites and send that to as well to Impact for the request for reconsideration. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for them. They can review their assessments, review their neighbors, and if they still disagree, then they can actually use the tool to send us a request for reconsideration. Very seamless to the end user. So next slide, please. Let's spend a moment to address the relationship between property taxes and assessment. Assessments distribute taxes. They do not determine taxes paid. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor is not how much assessed value of the property has changed, but rather how the assessment value has changed relative to the average change in a class in that community. We have released a toolkit on impact.ca for our municipal partners that really gives them a lot of information in this toolkit to talk a little bit more about property taxes and assessment. In anticipation of the next province-wide assessment, we have implemented a strategy to address misconceptions about the relationship between assessed values and taxation, including resources for municipalities that will ensure when an announcement is made, we're ready with support that you need. This digital toolkit is available on impact.ca, can help municipalities, including elected officials, mitigate misinformation and provide support and resources to educate and inform property owners. This digital toolkit, you can find a new video on how property taxes are assessed and based on assessed values in the property. Now I'll do a time check here. Do we have time for the 3-minute quick video on how property taxes are assessed?
Yes, you do.
Great, thank you so much. Victoria, if you wanted to launch that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home, and every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by, and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first 2 homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes.
Great, thank you. That's a great little video. So just wrapping up, thank you so much for allowing Victoria and I to be with you today. We were hoping to be in person, but these times are different and times change, and there was an option for remote, so thank you so much for that. If not already, I just would like to encourage you to subscribe to our In Touch. It's our monthly municipal e-newsletter, which can be done through impact.ca. And we also up there, we have a library of digital resources that are available to you. If you wanted to dive into more on how properties are assessed, there's all kinds of manuals up there on that. And be sure to reach out to us at any time if you have any questions or looking for any particular resources that you may have. On behalf of Victoria and I would like to thank you again for your time and would be willing to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Anthony and Victoria, and I'll just check with council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Hocking.
Hello, Anthony. I have a question that defines the difference between a list value of a house and the assessed value. So I'm going to give you my example. I look at a home that's assessed at $500,000, but I end up paying $750,000, which is the list price. And you mentioned that you track all property transactions in the province. How much will my assessment go up on the new house that was originally assessed at $500,000, and because I paid $750,000, how does that what's the impact to me as a new owner?
Great question, Councillor. Thank you so much for that question. So right now, the house is assessed as of January 1st, 2016. So the market is dictating that you have spent $750,000 on that property. So without a valuation date, so what we would have to do is we would have to wait for a particular valuation date to see when that assessed, or when that analysis would be folded into our analysis for a reassessment. So in other words, the valuation date is really key to our sales data. So if that sales is coming through at $750,000 and we're seeing all that market activity, we're trapping all that activity in the market space for all these sales activities. And then when it comes to a valuation date, we will use that sales data to come up with an assessed value for that property. Okay, so I really can't tell you what the assessment's going to be based on a sale added today. I'm not sure what the valuation date. So really the anchor for us here at Impact is that particular valuation date.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions or comments? Anthony, I have one. I'm wondering, do you have any indication when the valuation date is going to change?
Thank you, Your Worship, for that. We are still anxiously waiting from the provincial government to give us that date, but as of right now, we don't have any date on that. We are hoping, we're sitting here hopefully waiting, but there's nothing right now from the province.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Hawking?
Thank you, Your Worship. That just triggered something to me. You used to do it every 4 years. So the last time was 2016. And under normal circumstance, it would have been 2020.
Yeah.
So now we've delayed it 2 more years. So now we're 6 years behind, correct?
Correct.
Do you think they would ever say, base it on 2024 and jump 8 years?
I think the provincial government is looking at every possible scenario, but again, I couldn't speak to that point because I really don't know when we will get that valuation date.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Anthony and Victoria, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands raised, so thanks for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, and thanks everyone, and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Okay, our second delegation, item 7.2, is Dana Anderson from MHBC Planning. And Dana, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, please let me know.
No, thank you, Mayor Patterson and members of council. Appreciate that, and it is correct. It is Dana, so thank you for that. So if I'm good to start, I do have a brief presentation that's associated with item, I think it's 9.3 on your agenda. And this was a memorandum provided to staff with an overview and summary related to Bill 23 and some of the recent provincial changes, which many of you will be familiar with. So I do have a brief presentation to assist with that overview, if I'm able to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes, we can.
Great. So thank you again for the opportunity to present to you this evening. Again, my name is Dana Anderson. I'm a planner with MHBC Planning. And through discussions with staff, they had reached out to provide some assistance in putting together a summary of some of the changes that have now come forward through the provincial legislation, some that are still to come, and some of the issues, I think, and impacts that these changes present to the town. So with that, what I've done this evening with the presentation, I can also share this if you don't have a copy after the presentation, is just to provide a very high level overview, because there is a lot of content in all of the changes. I'm sure many of you have seen from probably, I think the county planning staff did an excellent report and summary with all of these changes. And there's been quite a lot of other publications from various law firms and other planning firms on this. And I found it very helpful to have sort of a discussion of the matters as they relate to the particular municipality, because they do vary. So with that, this presentation is based on sort of a Hanover planning context, to really focus on those areas of Bill 23 and the other changes that would impact the town. A little bit of background on how Bill 23 came about, and a little bit about some of the other policy changes and some conclusions around some of the sort of key observations and impacts. So in terms of the Hanover context, when I look at this, and I have some past familiarity with the town, having done some work in the past related to the official plan and some of the past development applications many years ago. We recognize that the town has an official plan in place since 2016, and that the county also has its new official plan in place for the 20-year planning horizon. So we know that both are covered through existing official plans. And the town operates within the Saugeen Valley Conservation Area and through that authority. And we know the town's current population and some projected increases in population going out to the year 2046. And that's important just in terms of some of the changes in Bill 23 as they affect some specific growth types of pieces of legislation in the Planning Act and whether those are relevant to the town of Hanover. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about what's been happening with introducing this legislation. A lot of what's in the legislation is not new in terms of its background. The current provincial government had looked at a housing supply action plan and also introduced Bill 108 with some changes initially back in June of 2019. And then with the onset of COVID, they introduced Bill 197, which changed some processes under the Planning Act to respond to COVID-19. And then the province released the housing affordability or created the housing affordability task force. And that task force prepared a report which resulted in sort of a first set of changes, mostly around processing of applications in the form of Bill 109. And I'll speak to that in a minute because there's been some recent updates on that legislation. But then in October of this year, there was quite a significant package related to the Planning Act and other associated development pieces of legislation. And probably one of the most significant changes in the last, I would say, 3 decades, at least as long as I've been practicing, to planning approvals, regulations, processes, development fees, other charges, and also municipal governance in Ontario. So a pretty significant change to how planning is carried out in municipalities across Ontario. So as I mentioned, the focus of Bill 23 was introduced for the purpose of constructing more homes, 1.5 million homes by 2032. And the majority of those homes, the focus of the growth is within the growth plan area, so the Greater Golden Horseshoe area, but there's still a substantial amount of additional growth to be provided outside of that area for some of the larger municipalities. The bill itself received royal assent on November 28th. It was introduced back in, as I mentioned, in October. And many of the parts of the bill are in full force now, with some exceptions and regulations still to come. But I would say 80% of the bill as it was presented is now in force and effect. And actually, you even have a letter on your agenda this evening from the minister setting out what all those timeframes are and what some of those exceptions are. So I'm happy to speak to those as well. The other important thing to note is that there's sort of a second housing bill that's to be introduced in the spring that will include more changes. And then we understand some other changes to legislation that are now currently being reviewed, and they'll probably come forward either in the spring or at some later time. So a lot of change coming forward with which municipalities have to respond. So as I mentioned, Bill 23, all encompassing, includes changes to the Planning Act, the Conservation Authorities Act, Development Charges Act, New Home Construction Licensing Act, Heritage Act, Tribunal, Municipal Act. And I've highlighted those because those are the ones that would directly impact the town of Hanover. So if we look at the changes from Bill 23 to Hanover, I wanted to really just highlight some of the key ones. So in terms of the Planning Act, and this is not an impact that will apply to Hanover, and I think the county recognized this, but it does apply to a number of those Greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities, in that the province is removing the upper tier approval function of planning from those regional or county municipalities. And so while the County of Grey is not impacted, I've made a note to say that we're not sure what the province will be looking at going forward with any other of the regional or county municipalities across Ontario. Right now, the focus is to remove those planning approvals from basically the Greater Golden Horseshoe area, but that is a pretty significant change in terms of how plans are approved and the role and function of regions and counties in planning in those areas. The other change to the Planning Act is to provide for something called additional dwelling units, or they're referred to as ADUs. And the Planning Act has now been amended to allow for as of right permissions for up to 3 residential units per lot, with also exemptions for development charges and community benefit charges for any of those additional units. This will be in place for all areas with full municipal services. It may be optional on partial or private services. The province's legislation says that the municipality can only require a maximum of 1 parking space for each of these additional units, and it's removing the ability to regulate the minimum size of those units. So just by way of content for Hanover, Hanover currently recognizes those secondary units or secondary suites up to 2, but it also has several regulations that would apply to those units, and those units would be subject to the review and the appropriate process by the town. This would make a change to allow for 3 as of right, which would have some implications just in terms of how they're processed and how they would be addressed. In terms of site plan control, currently the town has a site plan control bylaw in place, and this is the process through which a number of sort of functional elements are addressed in terms of the function and design of a development as it goes forward. And the changes to the Planning Act actually are removing site plan control from what the town would be able to require from any developments of 10. It's actually restricting it to developments of 10 or more units. So if a developer were to come in, say with an 8-unit townhouse development, it would no longer be subject to site plan control and would only go through the building permit process. Where the town may have developments of 10 or more units, the scope of site plan control has been further revised under the Act to limit it to only those matters that relate to function. So exterior design, landscaping, some of those other matters, streetscape matters have been removed from the regulations. The other thing to note is that the minister now is permitted to amend official plans to address matters of provincial interest without any consultation or notice. This is somewhat similar to the powers under the municipal zoning orders, or sorry, the minister's zoning orders, but it's now been applied to official plans. And finally, the Planning Act sets out caps of community benefit charges for affordable and attainable housing. And I know the community benefit charges are basically an additional charge that has now replaced something that was called Section 37 or bonusing. And so municipalities who are using Section 37 or bonusing could put in place a community benefit charge for any developments of 5 stories or greater. And now there's a cap on what the municipalities can charge for affordable or attainable units. And I would note that affordable and attainable have not quite been defined at this point. Probably one of the other significant changes that have come through with Bill 23 are changes to the parkland dedication requirements. So the new legislation has put in place a cap on what a municipality can require in terms of parkland conveyance, either in land or cash in lieu, and it also has exempted affordable housing from those requirements. The other change is that they have frozen the rates at, or basically the rate for parkland at the time of zoning or site plan approval. So in the past, assessments would have been done if you're looking at parkland to take it as cash in lieu. That assessment would be done at the end of the process to sort of maximize the value that you would be getting in cash in lieu. That has been moved up to the the earlier part of the process. Municipalities that do have parkland reserves are also now required to spend those up to 60% per year. And there's also new what are referred to as alternative caps. So these are mostly for higher density developments, but the new regulations put restrictive caps on those. So municipalities cannot use what were the previous alternative rates to maximize parkland contributions. Third-party appeals, in terms of appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal, have been removed on decisions for consents or minor variances. So as an example, if I am proceeding with an addition to my house and I'm seeking a number of minor variances that perhaps my neighbor is not quite happy with, and my neighbor comes out to the Committee of Adjustment meeting and then subsequently is not happy with the committee's decision that may be to approve it. Previously, I was able to file an appeal to that decision and go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I can no longer do that. So any third party does not have the authority either on a land division, consent, or a variance. Third party appeals are still in place for zoning amendments and official plan amendments. For draft plans of subdivision or even condominium applications, there's no longer a requirement for public meetings under the Act. And the Planning Act applications for exemptions for the 2-year, Planning Act applications that were previously frozen once a new plan or bylaw went into place have now been removed. So it used to be that if Hanover did a brand new official plan and they put that in place, no one could come along for 2 years and amend that plan without a motion from council. That ability to put that sort of 2-year moratorium in place has now been removed. In terms of development charges, a number of changes here. Again, I know that the town at this point relies upon the county for the development charges. And I know the county had raised, I guess, a number of issues with these changes, really specifically about what it means for reduced revenue, additional staff time to manage all of these new agreements for different types of units that either exempt or get phased in. I think one of the things that I would note here in terms of changes is really what is the impact, not only of all of the exemptions, but also of the changes to the way that the development charges are calculated. So just to give an idea of what the impact could be of the 15-year capital cost consideration, I'll give you the example that over 10 years, and maybe the last 10 years with some significant growth, as a result of that growth, the town has added perhaps additional recreational space, perhaps expansion to some emergency or fire services. And so the level of service with that growth would be relatively high. If, for instance, we're now spreading that out over 15 years, the level of service actually comes back down a bit because of the amount of years that cost and those services are averaged. So going forward to accommodate new growth, it's actually a lower level of service. So I know there's been some concerns raised about that, and also a number of the things that would otherwise be included in a DC bylaw, such as cost recovery for studies, growth-related studies that are no longer permitted to be included in the DCs. So I think around DCs, there's implications for not just costs, but what that means for the ability for the municipality to get new development to pay for those costs and maintain those level of services. So just by way of example, staff shared with us some recent applications, and you can see that the town for these 2 recent applications is looking at a minor variance fee. These are, the first one is a duplex, and it's looking to construct 4 additional units. The other one is a variance to construct 3 additional units. So there were minor variance fees that were charged and collected for the town to undertake that process. There were site plan control fees, and then the county was collecting development charges. So there's total fees and charges from these 2 applications. The implications really of Bill 23 for these examples are the additional dwelling units up to 3. There are no planning approvals. So the minor variance applications may or may not come into play, depending on what they're for. Obviously, if they're asking for provisions that are currently in the zoning bylaw for those things like parking and size that now can't be addressed, they may not be applicable. Site plan would no longer apply. So neither of those fees would be collected, and the town wouldn't be in position to review those through the site plan lens. And then the county development charges, again, those charges would still apply, but depending if these units were deemed affordable or attainable, they may be excluded. So you could end up with a situation of two developments of this nature for which the town or the county would not be collecting any fees, but certainly they would represent a number of new additional units for which servicing and other elements would be required by the town. The Conservation Authority changes, I think, are generally in place with a few exceptions. I know the municipalities are working through some of, the government is working through some of these regulations, but the basic change to the conservation authorities is really twofold. The first is to sort of move from the services that the conservation authorities provide, and in the case of Saugeen Valley, services to look at environmental impact studies. They may be doing assessments of environmental areas. This legislation changes some of that and is looking at streamlining it and focusing everything on basically floodplains and natural hazards only. The concern with these changes is that municipalities rely on conservation authorities to provide for the broader range of environmental impact assessment and other environmental matters. So who or how will the municipalities and the county be able to address those matters if not through the conservation authority? So their change in scope and their change in focus will have a ripple effect. And also just in terms of their ability to charge fees, and how that's going to affect their ability to function. So a lot of changes with the Conservation Authority in terms of freezing fees and a different focus has been raised by a number of municipalities in terms of what that looks like going forward. Really quickly, New Home Construction Licensing Act. This is a lot of additional regulations and administrative fines for what's termed unethical practices. These are mostly in place to address some of the builders who have sort of gone through the process of increasing prices and then letting prospective buyers know that they would have to pay these increased fees or give back the unit. So there's been a lot of emphasis on this, especially in the sort of greater Golden Horseshoe area with some of the more recent, larger sort of development applications. So those are now in place. The Ontario Heritage Act is significant, and I know the town has a heritage committee. It has that inventory of its, I think, 30 odd properties with another, I think 80 in total that are part of its historic importance to the town. A lot of changes to the Heritage Act in that those registers must be publicly available online. Municipalities can only list or identify a property for 2 years, and then it either has to be removed or designated. The properties which are removed cannot be reconsidered or relisted for a period of 5 years. A lot of changes to the criteria in terms of evaluating properties. The current criteria, and I'm paraphrasing here, used to require that if you met at least one of the criteria, it could be consideration for a designation. These new regulations are looking at 2 or more. And also, if a development application came forward and the municipality had a concern about a property that had not yet been on the list, it cannot now add it to the list once that application has been made. So that's caused some concerns with respect to the municipality's ability to manage and update these registries, given the resources that are required to do that. So a lot of changes around heritage, and I know some concerns raised about the ability to update and manage and maintain the registry and the notices with these new changes. The Ontario Land Tribunal, really a lot of administrative changes around the tribunal's ability to dismiss appeals and also streamline some of the hearings. And then finally, under the Municipal Act, limiting by way of the minister regulations, the ability of a municipality to regulate or control the conversion of rental properties. So some other policy changes that are in the works, I'll go really quickly here. Provincial policy statement and growth plan. So the town is subject to the provincial policy statement, as is the county. And that is in the process of being reviewed and revised by the province to really create one. We're not sure what it will be called, provincial policy statement, including the growth plan, but all in one document. And in addition, the municipalities will now be required, those that are subject to the housing targets, to take a pledge to provide for additional housing units that are set out in the ministry's housing target piece that speaks to the number of units that each of those municipalities with populations over 100,000 outside of the growth plan, and within the growth plan, some significant increases to growth that now have to be addressed. In terms of the heritage and wetland evaluation system, I'll just pop forward here. A lot of updates in terms of the evaluation of wetlands and looking at offsets. So some updates and changes to the provincial evaluation system and how that will now include the ability, well, we've always had the ability to implement offsets, but it looks like it's going to be more streamlined and probably be something that's used more often than would currently be used. Changes coming to the Ontario Building Code. I think we've seen one or two of them, but there's more to come. And finally, the one call. So this would relate to any areas or even in your hydro corridor where there's a requirement for one call before construction. So the province is looking at updating and coordinating that system. Again, really quickly to summarize, the main changes from our review of this in terms of impacts to the town will be how you manage, your current applications, and then how you're going to create a whole new process around reviewing new applications as they come forward. Things like site plan, things like if they are additional dwelling units will change. And many municipalities are still addressing the impacts of Bill 109, which I mentioned earlier. And Bill 109, if you'll recall, was the requirement from the province that municipalities had the set timeframes within which they had to review and make decisions on applications. And that bill set out that if those decisions weren't made, refunds to fees would be required. So a lot of municipalities have been looking at that to see how they can avoid that situation by putting in place more of a front end pre-consultation, heavier process, whereby a lot of those studies and reviews are done upfront, so that when the application does come in, they can meet that required time frame. The minister has recently sent out a letter, which I think is also on your agenda, that suggests that they're holding off on implementing this bill until July. But I know a number of municipalities are still concerned about what that would look like in July if those refund requirements are still in place. And I believe we had provided to the town through Mr. Tedford previously a summary of the Bill 109 implications for the town as well. Probably the most significant impact for the town is cost. So again, changes in the amount of fees and charges that municipalities can collect will obviously have a financial impact. Again, development paying for development and the cost of infrastructure to support growth and some of the exemptions. Obviously, does that mean a shift to the tax base as opposed to providing it through development charges? And finally, if there are any large developments that require parkland conveyance or even cash in lieu, there would be an ability for the municipality to meet its park needs to pay for that either through the tax base or through some other means. Again, all of these things are going to be impacted or have some direct relationship to the market. We know there's a lot of growth happening, but a lot of inflation and a lot of shortages in planning, engineering, construction, and municipalities are feeling that in terms of the ability to hire additional staff. And with volumes of applications in some areas, this has been a real challenge. And many municipalities may choose and with some justification to pause some of their processes until they sort out and navigate all of these changes. So we could see some pauses in development overall. And then finally, for some of these areas, just infrastructure and capacity. How will all of these things be provided in terms of the amount of growth being proposed? 1.5 million homes is a lot of new growth throughout the province. And especially with the regional municipalities in the Greater Golden Horseshoe changing, who's going to address that, who will pay for that new infrastructure and those shortfalls. So I know a lot of municipalities, and you probably have, I think on your agenda, a lot of the resolutions from municipalities asking the province to address some of these questions. And I think it's good to see that, because there are a lot of different municipalities in different contexts. And these changes obviously impact Hanover a lot differently than they do Burlington, a lot differently than they do other areas in the province. And so with that, that's my very quick Bill 23 and other things 101 overview. I hope that was helpful, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions or comments, Council? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Dana, for your presentation. Unfortunately, I feel that one of the largest results from these changes is going to be a loss of transparency and public input from for planning purposes, mainly as a result of changes to public meeting requirements as well as the appeal process. And certainly I'm concerned about changes to site plan control, as certainly that was a mechanism that we use frequently in order to help with infill and make sure that there's continuity in the homes that were being infilled into our town. I'm wondering if you can clarify around existing site plans that we've already approved and what the status of those are and whether those will remain in effect.
Yes, that's a great question. And to you, Councillor, through the mayor, as far as I know, in terms of transition, any applications that were in process up to and including, I believe, Royal Assent, so that would have been in November, those can still continue to be processed. I think as of that date in November, any new applications for 10 units or less would no longer be subject to site plan control. But where you have an application that has been approved and there is either a site plan in place, that would remain. Many of those are registered. If sometimes the agreements are in place or registered on title. So to my knowledge, those would not be affected. The challenge that we have is where you have an application like that comes in for a change or an amendment, which would now no longer require the additional site plan process. So there's really no way to track that amended site plan unless you have perhaps a willing applicant who would be willing to, provide you with that updated amended plan in addition to the requirements under the bill for the building permits. So it's a good question. I don't think it's been thoroughly thought through in terms of how that will work with perhaps minor amendments and adjustments to existing plans going forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Dana, can I ask if public meetings are no longer required for plans of subdivision, is it up to the municipality how we share with residents and receive comments from other agencies? Is it up to us to share with the residents? Like, do you see any negativity with that?
Oh, to you, Your Worship, not at all. In fact, one of the things that I think a lot of municipalities have been looking at is to how to make that process, given these changes, maintain the type of public engagement that you otherwise already have. So with a draft plan of subdivision, one of the suggestions could be as part of the requirements for that application, and this might require a change, a slight change to your processes and perhaps in your official plan for a complete application, to actually require a pre-community meeting or that the application comes forward. I don't think there's any restrictions on that. It's just a statutory public meeting is not there. But that does not, in my view, restrict any municipality from carrying out public consultation.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Dana, for the presentation. It's a complex issue and there's a lot of things to digest. You mentioned development charges, and in our case, Grey County we collect development charges for Grey County, but we don't actually have a development charge mechanism for our own town. Does this bill eliminate our possibility of having that at some point in time?
Through you to the council, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, not at all. You can develop a development charge bylaw, and that would not preclude your ability to do that. What this bill does is set out some different ways in which some of those things would be calculated, and what some of the mandatory exemptions would be for things like affordable housing. But absolutely, it does not restrict your ability.
Yes, one more question, and that's about, does this, we've in the last few years, we've looked at rooming house restrictions or some type of guidelines around that. Will this have any impact on our ability to put something like that in place?
Again, through Your Worship to the councillor, I don't believe so. You still have authority through your zoning bylaw to control rooming houses and rental units across the whole housing spectrum. What it may do is have some implications depending on how those units are defined and whether or not they fall under a definition of an affordable unit. And unfortunately, we don't have those regulations yet to understand what and how those are defined under sort of the range of housing unit types. It could be that your zoning controls could certainly be in place, but your ability for any development charges or parkland would be limited.
And one more, and this one maybe something Andrew can actually answer better, was when we're considering or when we're calculating the parkland fees or transfer of funds, are we anywhere close to what this bill is requiring us to be, or is there going to be required a big change there?
I think it depends on the nature of the form of development. What I would say is that for some of the smaller infill developments, I don't think you would see a big change because you can still apply, if you're applying the 5%, whether that's cash in lieu or the land. Where the big change takes place is if you have anything with any density. That's where, for instance, if it was 100-unit development, from just running some of the numbers, what municipalities could have charged through an alternative rate is probably about 1/10 of that. So if you're looking at a lot of growth with high density, you're really being reduced in terms of the amount of cash in lieu or land. But I think for the small, there's like this threshold where if you go above a certain density, it's very impactful. But with some of the lower densities, even medium density, you're still able to maintain that level of parkland. And yeah, I think if Andrew can speak to that from recent examples.
Through Your Worship, no, that was a great example. The answer might not be, it depends, but yeah, it would depend on the density. And like Dana said, a smaller one probably wouldn't see very much, but we've got some interest in potentially some larger developments, and there'll be a significant impact on those ones.
And I would only add, if you did have a new subdivision development, there may also be an impact there.
Okay, other comments? Councillor Hocking?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to compliment you, Dana, on the excellent presentation by crystallizing a lot of legislation for us. My question is, how are municipalities of our size going to handle the void created regarding conservation authorities removal? Have you heard of any solutions? Because I think that's a critical thing for going forward.
Yes, it's an excellent question, Councillor, and through the mayor. The irony with that is that perhaps not the small, I won't say smaller, but the municipalities similar to Hanover that would have had a strong reliance on the conservation authorities. I think that's a really important question. limiting their role, I think, has a negative impact on both sort of the broader area, in this case, the county, and definitely at the local level, given that you're dealing with a lot of environmental matters. And municipalities and counties rely on, and regions rely on the conservation authorities for those services. I think there is some duplication in some areas between regions, locals, and conservation authorities. So some streamlining is needed. But in some cases, the response would be, well, we could sort of rely now on the region or the county to upload that level of service and provide it for the locals. So that, I guess, is a question for the County of Grey, or would they coordinate that? Because it goes beyond the town's boundaries. It's more regional, county-wide. The region of Halton, as an example, in terms of taking up that role for Conservation Halton, is challenged because the province is suggesting that they're removed from the process. So it's a big question mark, and I know I'm not answering your question. I think I would flag it as a significant impact to smaller local municipalities. And the bigger question is, yes, you could provide that service, but you certainly need resources and funding to do that. And should that be a broader responsibility of the province in terms of funding, or is it expected that the local municipalities have to yet again find funding for yet again another service to be provided?
Andrew, you have a comment?
Yes, through you, your worship. Councillor Hawking, some town staff and the county have been in conversations as recently as last week about, the service lost here through the conservation authorities and potentially how to fill those voids, whether through a county level or third party, or how that exactly works. So those conversations have started. And I would say, through local planning forum meetings that are upcoming as well, and some additional discussions, it's a gap we're looking to fill and figuring out how to do it. But yeah, those conversations have started with the county.
Okay.
Thanks, Andrew.
Any other comments or questions? All right. So Dana, thank you very much for that excellent presentation with the summary. And I should have mentioned at the top of your presentation that I'm guessing probably 15 years ago, I was a member of the Planning Advisory Committee, and you were the planner providing comments and recommendations. So Dana is very well versed in Hanover and Grey County. So thanks, Dana.
Appreciate that, your worship, and thank you, your worship and members of council for the opportunity this evening, and be well.
Thank you. Okay, on with the agenda, we have item 8, which is council and committee of the whole minutes. The first one, 8.1, is the regular council meeting minutes from December 19th. I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor, and I will take Councillor Sacco and Councillor Cable. Thank you. So during that meeting, we did have a presentation from Craig McDonald, Redden Insurance Brokers, giving us an overview of the town's insurance coverage. We also had a presentation from Launchpad. We approved appointments to boards and committees of council, approved our annual liability and property insurance renewal for 2023, and we received our budget plan and the status. So that's just a few highlights. If there's any discussion, open to it. If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9 is staff reports. And the first one, 9.1, is report HR 0123. The subject is the annual health and safety policy statement and work plan. It's from Melissa Hilgendorf, our human resources manager. And to put this on the floor, I will have Deputy Mayor Dickert and Councillor Fleet seconds. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Each year, Under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, employers are required to prepare and review a written occupational health and safety policy and to develop and maintain a program to implement that policy. So each year around this time, the Joint Health and Safety Committee comes to council with updates to our policy statement and plans for the upcoming year. At this time, the Health and Safety Committee is recommending some updates to JHS 002, our Health and Safety Policy Statement, just so that it be amended to include information on where health and safety information can be accessed. So it's very clear to all people in the workplace. The committee is also recommending updates to JHS 012 Health and Safety Work Plan for 2023. You'll notice through within the attachments, all updates are noted through red font and strike through. So you can see that the committee does wish to make updates to our overall health and safety priorities, and that those updates are just making the priorities a little more broad now that our certain objectives have been met and we're able to look at our program from kind of a bigger, wider perspective. And we're also identifying goals for 2023 that will help us to meet the identified priorities. Some of the objectives that the committee hopes to work towards is training on workplace investigations and health and safety for leaders, creating site-specific emergency procedures. That will be a project that spans the entire year and likely into future years as well. Ensuring effective use of our safety data sheet platform, and revamping and updating the wellness resources on our staff intranet. Costs associated with the 2023 Health and Safety Work Plan objectives have been included within the proposed 2023 budget values. This report supports strategic direction number 2, community, and strategic direction number 4, sustainable municipal operations. The recommendation is that report HR-01-23 annual health and safety policy statement and work plan be received, and that council approve the 2023 health and safety policy statement and 2023 health and safety work plan for implementation in the town's policy manual. I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you, Melissa. Council, any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor of report HR 0123. That's carried. Item 9.2 is report HR 0223, and its workplace violence and harassment policy statement is the subject. And again, it's from Melissa Hilgendorf, our human resources manager, and I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Cable and Councillor Hawking. Please go ahead, Melissa.
And thank you, Your Worship. So very similar to the annual health and safety policy statement, the Occupational Health and Safety Act requires employers to prepare and review each year a written workplace violence and harassment policy statement, and then develop a program to implement that policy. Council may recall, at least the members who have returned from last term, that in April 2022, the Health and Safety Committee brought a comprehensive review of the town's workplace violence and harassment program for your review and approval. And at that time, a wealth of updates were made, and the committee remains confident in the content of those updated documents, and at this time is suggesting that the policy statement remain unchanged but renewed for 2023. There are no financial implications associated with this report. It supports strategic direction number 2, community, and strategic direction number 4, sustainable municipal operations. The recommendation is that report HR-02-23 workplace violence and harassment policy statement be received, and that council approve the 2023 workplace violence and harassment policy statement for implementation in the town's policy manual. And once again, I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Melissa. Councillor Hawking.
Thanks, Your Worship. So Melissa, I am the council appointee on the Sauget Municipal Airport, and we have a workplace violence and harassment policy. do we, as a committee of the town, have to do it annually too?
Yes, under the legislation, you would be, your best practice would be to review whether you make changes or not, but definitely review it at a meeting each year.
Thank you, Melissa.
That's good to know. Any other discussion, comments? I'll call the question. All in favor of HR 02-23? That's carried. Item 9.3 is report PB 03-23. The subject is Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act 2022. It's from Andrew Wilkin, our Building Services Manager and CBO, and I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Hudson and Councillor Sacco. Andrew?
Thank you, Your Worship. PB 3-23 really is just a kind of a larger, maybe more local synopsis of what Dana just provided us with the delegation. I just wanted to touch on a few smaller items of it and maybe next steps for us and what we're looking at in terms of some updates to our zoning bylaw, as well as site plan control. As you heard, that will have to change. So yeah, so Bill 23 received royal assent on the 28th of this past year. And, you know, really it's about pushing out homes, units, affordable housing, really trying to meet the need and the demand as it stands right now. Our site plan control bylaw originally from May 5th, 1986, and the basis of it covers what is covered under site plan control. A lot of it will remain the same. However, there are aspects of it that will have to be revised. Mainly, any unit that had 3 or more would go through site plan control. With the changes now, it is 10 or more. So there's aspects that have to change to cover the new legislation. That will have to be done through an update from our site plan control bylaw. I noted in here just some costing for development charges for the county as it stands now. Their 2023 rates of $9,193 for a single detached or semi-detached dwelling, $6,341 for row or other multiple units, and a little over $5,200 for apartment units. As of this year, non-residential development is subject to a rate collected at $9 per square meters for a development charge as well. That will go up 25% each year until it reaches 100% mark. The purpose of Bill 23 is to take bold action to ensure that all communities can grow with a mix of ownership and rental housing types to meet the needs of Ontarians. The changes to the act are not solely directed towards housing and would affect all types of development. The substantial change in Bill 23, which I'll touch on in a second, as of right, is up to 3 additional resident or 3 residential units, 2 additional residential units on any parcel of land that is serviced with municipal water and sewers, and would only require a building permit. Our bylaw right now states for additional dwelling units, there are size minimums, square foot minimums that will have to be removed, because the only thing that would need to be followed for that, as these changes are, is per square footages in the building code. There's size requirements for certain types of units, living space, bedrooms. Those are essentially what the minimums will be, not any square footage that we have in our zoning bylaw as it stands right now. Yeah, so to summarize a few of the other changes that, you know, Dana touched on really well is the site plan control, anything over 9 units, the removal of third-party appeals, which, you know, the question has already arose, you know, is interesting. The Ontario Land Tribunal, you know, is inundated with requests and appeals. And I think really part of this is to help alleviate, you know, them. They've also got an influx of funding that had partially to do with Bill 109 and part of Bill 23 to kind of help reduce that time span to get an appeal heard, which at times I think can be up to the 12 to 18 months in certain instances. The Conservation Authority's role is an important one and is being reduced. To follow up to Councillor Hawking, like I had said, we are talking to the county. They do realize the gap that this is providing, and they're kind of reaching out to other municipalities to see what their intent is, where they can help fill a gap, and try to find some common ground on that. And lastly, really the amount of fees and charges that a municipality can collect. Just making sure I touch on everything in my notes. Yeah, so the financial implications, there are no financial implications to the town directly associated with this report. The links to the strategic plan is economic development and sustainable municipal operations. And the recommendation is that report PB 3-23, Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act 22 be received for information. And I will answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Andrew, this is sort of backing on Deputy Mayor Dickert's question. The county charges a development charge on buildings built in Hanover. Do we get any money back from that, or does it just stay with the county?
Through your worship, we just collect that for the county.
We're just a collection agent. How many municipalities in Grey County have development charges in addition to the county?
Through your worship, most, but 2 or 3 do not. I would have to confirm that though.
And what is the advantage of not having a development charge?
Well, through your worship, I mean, as you can see here, the thought of building permit fee and where that value is in comparison to where it could be if there was a development fee plus a building permit fee, whether that's apples to oranges or apples to apples, you piece them together to come up with a cost per unit or a cost per square footage. In the past, it has been our stance that our building permit fee covered the difference of the development fee that we were not charging. Is that accurate now, or where does our building permit fee and how does it relate to a potential development fee that we're not collecting? I guess is the question. Obviously, with changes to legislation, there's a credit on development charges. There is not any on direct building fee charges.
If I may just say, my position would be if someone's building a new house, shouldn't they contribute to the cost of program and services that the municipality has to now incur? Because I want people to come here, but I'm just looking at paying your fair share. That's
through your worship. Yes, that's a way to look at it. Definitely. Do development charges attract or persuade development? It depends what it is and who you ask and what the value is. I mean, a builder's not going to build a house for $9,000 less if there was no development charge, or maybe they would, but I guess the end user is still likely paying the bill for what the house costs at the end of the day in terms of the profit margins and whatnot. So, somebody's paying either way.
it would be interesting, and it's like, excuse me, Your Worship. It would be interesting to, if you could do a comparison, to look at a municipality on the rate of growth of new homes based on those that have development charges and those that don't have. I would bet you, got no proof, that it had no impact on whether a person bought a house or not, and the municipality ended up benefiting because of a development charge. That's just my position though.
Okay, I do want to comment, the county development charges are used for building and maintaining county roads, paramedic services, the health unit and all the services, social services, and affordable housing. So we're getting the benefit. Every municipality is getting that benefit. Andrew?
And to your point, your worship, 24th Ave reconstruction modernization is taking place next year. That's development charges, have been put into that through the county, and that's locally, seeing kind of the rewards of that for a county development charge.
Okay, Councillor Cable, then Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Hocking, for raising the point. And I think that maybe this is something that we could explore as part of our strategic planning session. Like, I think that with, hundreds of houses projected to be constructed over the next 20 years, it would be prudent for us to explore whether a development charge could bring in additional revenue, especially when we have big, capital projects coming up, whether it's the wastewater treatment plant or other items like that, that would benefit from development charge fees.
Okay, Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, worship. And Andrew, I was just wondering, our planning and development charges, how do they compare to other municipalities in our area? Could you get us that information?
Through your worship, Council, you asked me that last week at a committee meeting, and we've started to gather some preliminary information. I'm working on gathering that, hopefully for an upcoming meeting as soon as I can. I wouldn't want to give a value or where it is right now and be incorrect. I should do the research first.
Yeah, well, thanks. I think it'd be very important to bring it to planning and back to council so we can compare to other municipalities in our area. Thanks.
Okay, other Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Yes, just a comment. I did have the chance to speak with Scott Taylor last week at County Council regarding development charges, and he said they are very prescriptive in what you can actually include in that calculation. It does need to be simply capital expenditures, I believe, is what he said. So it would be like water towers, sewage treatment plants, all of those good things. But he said it is a fairly time-consuming process to write a development charges bylaw, but I think he said that of the 9 municipalities in the Grey County, there's only 3 that aren't currently doing that. So just an observation. Thank you.
Brockton does also does not have development charges. So, Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering what sort of an impact this site plan control fee that is being eliminated will have dollar-wise on monies going in.
Through your worship, I guess it's hard to determine simply because, really what isn't going to go through site plan control now because of the changes, say we have 3 or 4 applications a year in terms of 3 or 4 residential units wanting to be added to a property, those technically won't see a site plan control application now. So you maybe are talking $1,500 to $1,800 an application, something along those lines that, potentially is something we will not see. As well as Dana touched on, the requirement for the minor variance and that application might not be seen for $750, something along those lines. So, I think we had 8 site plan control agreements last year. Say 5 would still take effect, with the changes. Whether it being for commercial or institutional or an industrial lot, those would still be in effect.
Thank you, Andrew.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. The question I had regarding minor variances and that, and I believe Dana said that setbacks and zoning regulations still apply under Bill 23. But if someone, and we do see several of these throughout a year where someone wants to be 1 foot closer to the property line, so that minor variance situation, are they now saying that we still have to hear them, they just don't have to pay for that? Is that the only difference, or how is that handled?
No, we would still hear that. It would still be relevant. It's still used, they still need to meet the requirements of our zoning bylaw in terms of setbacks. I think what she was touching on is sometimes we see a minor variance for parking spots. The legislation states you'd only require one additional per unit. We have that anyway for most situations. So maybe that's a bad example, but I think that's what she was touching on. Some of the requirements might mean a minor variance doesn't need to be issued. And I think parking is probably the easiest kind of explanation. Building height still is maintained. All those characteristics of our zoning bylaw for setbacks and height, those all still apply.
And we can still charge that fee for that application?
We would still charge a building permit fee. But for an additional unit, for a development charge, as it would pertain to a development charge, would be exempt through the county as it stands right now. Based on the rates, based on an affordable rate of that unit, or an attainable, as Dana said, we're still waiting on what those definitions are. They could be exempt for putting an additional dwelling unit in their home.
So perhaps my understanding is not quite right here. If someone's adding an addition to their home to create additional units, and they're no longer going to have the setback requirements. Right now, to hear that minor variance, we charge $750, I believe. And does this now say we cannot charge that?
No, sorry. To be clear, yes, we would charge that. It would still be charged. It would still be heard the same on a committee of adjustment hearing.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor of report PB 03-23? That's carried. All right, 9.4 is report PB 04-23. The subject is the new fire hall project RFP for design and contract administration services. It is from Andrew Wilkin, our building services manager and CBO, and also from our fire chief, Chief Deniger. I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Hocking and Councillor Hudson. Andrew, you'll start.
Thank you, Your Worship. PB 4-23. In accordance with the approved fire hall project charter, the project team provided an update to council on June the 6th and November the 7th, 2022. The net zero energy feasibility study was the focus of the committee's 2022 work. In July, the feasibility study was awarded to JL Richards. At the November 7th council meeting, council accepted the net zero energy fire hall feasibility study report as prepared by JL Richards. In late 2022, the committee consensus was to implement a request for proposal for consulting services for the design and contract administration of a new fire hall. On November the 4th, the RFP for the design and contract administration was released. The RFP was advertised on our website and on Bid and Go. 11 proposals were received at the time of closing on the 6th of December. The chart you have in front of you outlines the fee response of those proposals. The way it was done in this instance was we asked for lump sum values for a design service, tender documents and processing, integrating the feasibility study, which we provided and paid for as part of the original report, as well as a percentage of the cost of construction. So as these tenders were received, all applicants submitted a percentage of the overall construction value. So for purposes of the chart and accuracy, we used a $6 million value just so we could come to a, I think I've said apples to apples today, but the same result. The proposals were reviewed independently by several committee members to shortlist the submissions. The selection committee members included myself, Chief Dentinger, and Chris Walker, Director of Corporate Services Treasurer. To shortlist the submissions, the proposals were reviewed for completeness and evaluated based on the criteria you have before you. Submissions by Valley Consulting, Dolly Engineering, and Alan Avis Architects were provided to the full steering committee, who met December 14th to discuss the pros and cons of the proposals and determine the next steps. At the direction of the committee on December 21st, select members of the steering committee had a follow-up conversation with Dolly Engineering to discuss their vision of the project, requirements for the net zero design, costing implications, and timelines. On January the 4th, the steering committee met a final time to determine committee direction for the council recommendation before you. Following good discussion, the committee majority was in agreement to proceed with the recommendation to council to award the design and contract administration services to Dolly Engineering. Dolly Engineering has extensive design and constructing volunteer fire halls and other municipal facilities. It is recognized that net zero design and build will be a new aspect for Dolly Engineering. However, it's not unique to their subconsultants, Calidus Engineering. Should also be noted that it's not unique to just Dolly, given net zero is relatively new in the building industry as a whole. Calidus Engineering does have sustainability, has LEED history, which is really a kind of a grading and design process for sustainability before net zero was kind of a thing, and some solar photovoltaic experience on projects with their team. Dolly Engineering has a strong understanding of the site requirements, budget realities, and expectations, and familiarity with the fire hall. Design work of the new fire hall is expected to commence immediately, with construction expected to begin in summer 2023, and the projected fire hall completion date as of now is summer 2024, with an anticipated 12-month construction timeline once ground is broken. The financial implications, approved 2022 capital budget included $395,000 to complete the net zero feasibility study and the architectural engineering designs. Based on the timeline and the length of how long it took to get our feasibility study completed, really the architectural design and engineering design is what this is. So it did not happen in 2022. So the 2022 allocated budget will be recognized in the 2023 capital budget. Further fire hall project related steps and financial considerations will be brought forward for council's consideration as per the project charter. The link to the strategic plan is all four: economic development, community, environment, and sustainable municipal operations. The recommendation, that report PB 4-23 new fire hall project RFP and design and contract administration services be received, that the project be awarded to Dolly Engineering for a total cost of $223,000. That the mayor and CAO be authorized to enter into contract with Dolly Engineering for the completion of the work, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew. Comments or questions? Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andrew, for your report. It must be very exciting to be talking about this and seeing a plan in place and a timeline. But I need a reminder, and for those at home, perhaps they do as well. Can you tell us more about what net zero actually is, please?
Yes, without going into the weeds too deep, in short, net zero essentially is the building will produce as much energy as it will consume or it will use. So whether that's brought on by geothermal with drilling, or photovoltaic panels, solar panels, and essentially that that consumption is tracked based on what the building produces, and at the end of a calendar year, you are gaining more than you are using.
Thank you.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. While I acknowledge that the Fire Committee's majority decision was to recommend Dolly Engineering, I just wanted to bring Council's attention to Valley Consulting's proposal to ensure that Council can make an informed decision on our next steps. So from the documents submitted for the RFP, both companies have significant experience in fire station and emergency services design and construction. And I have great confidence in Dolly Engineering's ability to construct a fire hall. And we know that they've done so many times. And the preferred floor plan at this point in time for the new fire hall is based on a previous Dolly project. We've just spent the better part of a year moving through the phases of developing a net zero energy fire hall. And this has been the direction since project inception. Net zero will reduce the municipality's future energy costs while also signaling our town's progressive and forward-thinking and environmentally conscious approach to building design. Valley Consulting's proposal highlighted a robust team of engineers, architects, and lead designated individuals willing to work on our project. And what impressed me most about Valley's proposal was the integrated approach between engineering disciplines, sustainability consultants, and architects. That would surely be an advantage as these three aspects have to work together in order to achieve a functional net zero design. Valley's team has extensive experience in energy modeling, anticipated payback, and energy incentive applications, not only from their work on the Coldstream Fire Hall, which is referenced as Canada's first net zero energy fire hall, but most recently with their work in St. Catharines supporting a zero carbon fire hall build. In my opinion, net zero is about more than adding solar panels and a ground source heat pump to a building. It's about an overall vision that is intertwined from the natural daylight via window placements to integrated mechanical and electrical systems to roof pitch, efficient lighting, low energy IT systems, etc. And Valley's previous experience demonstrates that they are well positioned to take all these aspects into account from project initiation to completion. While Valley's cost is about $155,000 higher, I believe that Hanover would greatly benefit from the knowledge and experience gained in previous sustainable design projects. And we would still have an opportunity to select a local construction firm as a general contractor when we get to that stage. I feel that council should consider the benefits of past experience with sustainable design in selecting the lead organization that will bring our vision of a net zero energy fire hall to reality.
Thank you, Councillor Cable. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andrew, for your report there. I don't support this recommendation at this time. First, I'd like to have the interviewing committee interview Dolly also interview our second candidate, Valley. Our goal is to build a net zero, and I feel that Valley has built a net zero fire hall, and I think they're also in the process of building a second net zero fire hall. And our goal is to build a net zero, and I have no doubt that Mr. Dolly Engineering can build a fire hall, but my concerns are building a net zero fire hall. And I wonder how it would affect our funding when this project was finished if it didn't come in at a net zero fire hall. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fleet. Andrew, you did say, is it Calidus has experience with LEED, which is net zero in this day and age?
Through your worship, yeah, that's correct. Calidus they're the mechanical and electrical engineers that Dolly Engineering proposed as their subconsultants on this project. They have quite a bit of solar experience in terms of company history and their CVs. They also mechanically have met the LEED designation, LEED Silver, on a few of their projects as well. Yeah, like I said, LEED was kind of net zero before net zero. It was a little different. I don't want to make it sound like it's exactly the same, but you know, sustainability kind of being the word is what they've covered.
Our CAO has a comment.
Just that I would add to that, you know, Calidus brings a team of people as well. And certainly we asked Dolly to further forward the CVs for the individuals, and they've got their principal engineer involved, just a clip here. A mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, principal, as well as another electrical engineer, and a director of engineering. So again, it's not, again, they come with a team of people too, with respect to their experiences and knowledge that they bring to the project.
Thank you. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Councillor Cable, for your explanation of Valley, and it certainly sounds impressive. I just want to reiterate that I was a member of the Emergencies Task Force, Emergency Buildings, way back with CAO Tasheri and members from the fire department. And in my opinion, Nelson Dolly was a very, very strong support for us. However, that doesn't mean that you give a contract just because he was there to help us through our budget realities, requirements. But I think the statement says here, however, it is not unique for Just Dolly and ensures given net zero is relatively now in the building industry. And our CEO mentioned his add-on team. I think someone's reputation plays a part in our decision. Nelson Dolly has been an advocate for our community. He's involved in our community. He's done excellent work for our community as an engineer. I think his previous work stands for himself. And although it may be a little different than the, glitzy type of building that this other firm has given us, I'm tending to, I'm not opposed to Councillor Fleet's suggestion, but I would support the staff recommendation that, because of the reasons I've given you, that we award the contract to Dolly Engineering.
Thank you. Other comments or discussion? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. The fact that we're specifying it be a net zero project, he is required to meet that end goal, is he not? And when would that, is a building assessed after it's completed, or is it assessed during the design phase before we know whether or not we've actually met that requirement?
The short answer is you find out at the end of a calendar year, once it's open, and the data is ascertained for the course of the year, and then the numbers show a negative. That's essentially when you know for sure. However, with that said, they would incorporate, or any consultant would need, a mechanical electrically would need to incorporate, data coming from the sustainability components of it in the effort to get to a net zero. I mean, those calculations would be done during the design phase to ensure that it will be a net zero. But until you actually get the firm data, once the end user is in the building, using the building, how it's to be used, I guess can't say definitively it would be a net zero until after one calendar year of use.
And is any of the funding dependent on those statistics after the fact?
For our current application that we're looking at through the Green Municipal funding, all of the funding is dependent on it coming in as a net zero building at the end of a calendar year, which is up to, I believe, $370,000 plus minus, if I remember correctly.
Chris, did you want to make a comment with funding?
It is my understanding that the application through FCM was just for the net zero for the 370,000. The other applications that we'd be looking for grant funding is through, I think, another Green Municipal funding. There's other community funding as well. And it has nothing to do with net zero or anything. It's more of a community base that it's available to us. I know we looked at one and we could get up to 5 million, but I think it had to have a community component. So I have to check more with Jeff if there's something out there that the community is more involved and not just strictly a fire hall for that we can get more funding. There's a lot of opportunities out there, but if I could go further through your mayor, I was involved in the reviews. And yes, Valley had the glitz and had lots of colors. Dolly's was black and white, straight to the point. Here it was, this is what it is, and didn't give a lot of details and extended on a lot of the stuff. But our position was we paid the money for a feasibility study that JL Richards provided, and all applicants received the RFP and were to follow that study and implement all those recommendations. And if I remember correctly, in JL Richards, we basically could have met net zero with just the solar panels or the photo, whatever you call those things. I don't have the big words for them. I just have solar panels. But I mean, we want to do more, such as the in-ground and any other energy efficient special windows, special tinting, but all that was provided in that report. So it was our decision as a committee, and when we were talking amongst each other, that what was the purpose of doing that if it wasn't going to be used for the next person that is going to be our architect or engineer on that. So that was our reasoning for moving forward, because anyone should be able to follow that net zero. And in the quotations that Dolly provided, he also put in exactly what it would cost for the building, for the landscaping that was required for the wall, retaining wall, as well as the amount that JL Richards had put in their feasibility study. So that was already included in their calculations. So that was our premise for that we didn't need all the glitz and glamour of a big architect, because we've gone through that with the theater already, and architects don't do everything. The engineers know a little bit more, because we were calling in more engineers than the architects on our building here.
Thanks for that, Chris. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. I just picked up something when you said there, a $5 million grant if you expand the sort of focus of the facility. You know, that's what we did with the P&H Center. We added the walking track and all that as well. It was a compulsory component, and that helped in our grant process to get money for P&H. Would we be?
Councillor Hawking, can you just sit a little closer?
Yeah, sorry,
please?
talking directly to Chris. Pardon me. I know we want to get the process going and completed. Would it be beneficial for us to take a relook, expand the building so that we have the necessary requirements to apply for a larger grant?
Through your worship, I can't say what these grants are. I'm just saying, as we were looking through on this application, saying this is going to be a $6 million plus project, we need to find some grant funding out there. So through FCM, we were able to get the feasibility study and some other funding. We were looking at green funding, but a lot of it came up with community halls and more like the P&H centers, those kind of things. But if you can say that it's showing, like we may be doing special training or regional training and stuff like that, we could bring it more as a training center. There's a possibility we could get that. I can't guarantee that we're going to get that 5 million. It's like any application. I'm just saying there's applications out there that we should be able to go and take a look at.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. Any comments before I call the question? All right, all in favor of report PB 04-23? And those opposed? That's carried. Did you want to see that again? Because I would have raised my hand with in favor. So that is carried as presented. All right, I'll ask for council's your recommendation. Do you want to take a 10-minute break, or do you want to push through and do all staff reports and then take a break? Thoughts? Okay, 10 minutes. We'll be back. Okay, we're back from recess. We'll continue on with. We're not talking about playgrounds tonight, although we do have new ones. All right, we're still back from recess. It was a short one. Thank you, everyone. We're on the agenda item 9.5, and the report is DCS 01-23. The subject is financing for the theater and community hall renovation. It's from Chris Walker, our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer. Can I get a mover and seconder to put this on the floor? We've got the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sacco. Chris, all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council member, those that were present back in December 2020 may remember that we had an overview from BG Architects regarding the community hall. And then in January 11th, council approved the rehabilitation project. In June 2021, it was awarded to Zettel Official Contracting at a price of 2.7 million and a completion date of June 30th, 2022. At that time, there was approximately 876,500 in funding, and the remainder was going to be about $2 million to be financed through long-term borrowing. And then we also have that borrowing would be based on our debt management policy finance 013, and it had to exceed $500,000, had a greater life of 5 years on the estimated useful life, and the other points as well. But again, that's part of the policy that was passed. During the project, we were able to confirm an additional $750,000 from FedDev, Canadian Community Revitalization Fund, we call it CCRF, to help reduce the tax burden on this reconstruction. The financing we were looking at was through Ontario Infrastructure. At the time of this project that was approved in early 2020, had extremely nice low interest rates. I don't know what's happened in the last year and a half, but they've gone through the roof, making it a very attractive option to go with the $2 million that we were going to borrow. And I've shown you there at the time, the rates, we were looking around a 20-year and it would have been a 2.66%. The rates as of January 6th, when I wrote this report, are now 4.59 for a 20-year. It would be approximately over the life of the project, if we were to borrow 1.2 million, which is what we came up with once we received a few more funding options, would be about $296,548 more in interest in that 20-year period, approximately $14,800 a year, just to give you a quick idea of the difference between the rates. So at the next one on the financial implications, to date, we've spent close to $2.9 million. And what we're looking at is about $1.5 million in grants that have been applied to this property. So the FedDev was 750,000. Our municipal modernization was 407,000. Our CCBF, which are former AMO gas tax, we had 1 year where they gave us double the payment. So that was the year that we used that funding towards that. And that was an additional 234,400. Now we're back to just getting the 234,400 on a yearly basis. And then we also had the RED fund, the Rural Economic Development Fund, for 187,500, and that came into that $1.5 million worth towards our project. So now we had donations from the Hanover Community Players that applied through the Grey Bruce Community Foundation and was able to provide $10,000 in donations. And my recommendation to you is possibly the use of our reserves that we used last year, to use those and not repay them back, to take the savings that we had this year in 2 projects from taxes that we had already earmarked for those projects, about 275,500. And then I mentioned it at last council meeting about the possibility of using the OLG funds of 400,000 plus, which we're probably going to see in our 3rd or 4th quarter for us, 3rd quarter for them. So that would give us an amount that would reduce the amount we required to borrow down to 390,000, which is pretty good for a $2.9 million project to only have to cover $390,800. So in summary, the budgets are usually done before the year ends are ever completed. So you may remember in 2022, when we were doing our budget, we had this surplus from 2020. You may remember I had to apply for Safe Restart application where we received $985,000. That allowed us to keep continuing on with our programs that we wanted, as well as our transfers to reserves and reserve funds. But then the police also had a large surplus and the library had a surplus, so that 400,000 came back to the town, and that's what we used in 2022. So that was sitting in the reserves as well, and I've mentioned that throughout this report. So to reduce the overall borrowing, we're recommending over 400,000 from OLG. OLG likes to see money for actual projects and not to be used for operations. So they love it to be able to put a check and say, we put 400 and something thousand towards the theater for this piece of equipment, for this building, for this reconstruction. The reserves that we used last year were over 300,000. We originally had 60,000 budgeted from reserves. So we obviously have 240,000 more from there. And this is where I talked to you about, we've been putting monies aside into the reserves, general reserves, about 416,000. We added that extra 400,000. By the time we paid off the 2022 requirements from the surplus from 2020, we paid the 300,000. We're still going to have about 397,000 left in the general reserves. General reserves at one time had zero. So this is a good opportunity for us to use some of these funds and reduce the amount that we have to pay back. So as I mentioned, this leaves approximately 390,000 to be funded through borrowing purpose. This amount, again, will depend and vary on the actual year-end costs, the public works project tax savings, and the actual OLG money that will be received. Since the Infrastructure Ontario borrowing rates are much higher than originally anticipated, and the amount to be borrowed is below the 500 threshold for external borrowing, as per our policy, we are recommending that we borrow internally from our water reserves over a maximum of 10-year period, which is the maximum that we can borrow within our policy. And right now we would charge it at 3.9, which is what we'd be receiving at the bank itself. The difference on this is that the internal interest rate that is charged for our loans is paid by the Department of Theatre, and then it comes back to the town as actual revenue. Whereas if we paid it to a bank or to Infrastructure Ontario, it goes to them, we don't get the monies back. That's how we help to use that money. Again, that's an in and out expense to theater, revenue to town. It's more of an accounting process that we have to use for FI reporting so that you're actually showing the amount that's required for cultural versus actual monies coming in. That's the difference on that. This then would allow the municipality the external debt capacity for future long-term borrowing projects in the near future, such as the fire hall, water tower, and the wastewater plant upgrades. If council doesn't wish to use any of these options, we still can borrow $1.2 million like we had originally planned on doing, and it would just offset the amount that we require in our budget for 2023 from what I currently budgeted there, about $58,000 difference, because we wouldn't be bringing in revenue from our interest, and we'd also have a higher payment of about $37,000 more. So the link to the strategic plan is all for economic development, community, environment, and sustainable municipal operations. So the recommendation is that this report, DCS 0123, financing for theater community hall renovation, be received by council, and that council agrees to the recommended financing for this project from various grants, reserves, taxes, and internal borrowing versus borrowing through Infrastructure Ontario as stipulated within the report. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Hard to turn that down. Okay, council questions, comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chris, I think that this report is fantastic. Wondering about the $390,000 that we're borrowing from, I believe you said water reserves. Are we going to need those funds as part of other projects like the water tower?
Through your worship, the water reserves is used for all our internal borrowing, and we repay it back on a yearly basis. No, what you're thinking of is our reserve funds versus reserves. Reserves are monies in the bank. Reserve funds are separate funds that are put into another account and somewhere else. That's where the bulk of our water is. Most of our money in the water reserves is just year-end surpluses for water, wastewater that go in and out all the time. There's probably about 800,000 to 900,000 in there right now. And that's what we borrow for all our projects in the past.
Okay, thank you. But in the future, we could use it for the water tower though, correct?
Correct. But you may remember through your worship, sorry, that we also have that investment in the equity fund. So when I'm ready to pull out that million, we have another 800 and some thousand in extra interest sitting in there that we can use to offset that. So that was the hope for that money.
So Chris, how early can you borrow money for these projects? Like if the situation arose again where we had really good interest rates, can you borrow a year ahead or 2 years ahead?
Through your worship, no, you cannot borrow until it's truly required, and you have to do then the application is prior to that so that you're approved. And then the rate is as of the date that you actually sign. So if today it was 4.5 and it goes down tomorrow to 3.5, but we signed today, it's 4.5. It's all dependent on the actual date that you sign, and they won't sign unless you actually have the project and you want to fund it. You can do a construction loan, but again, it's one of those that the rate is set at the time you do it. But the construction loan can only be up to, I think, a maximum of 2 years.
All right, anything further? I'll call the question. All in favor of DCS 01-23. That's carried. Item 9.6 is report DCS 02-23. It's the 2023 water and wastewater rates from Chris Walker, Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer, along with Ron Cooper, our Director of Public Works. And I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Hawking and the Deputy Mayor. I've already shortened that up, Warren. So, okay, Chris, you'll start.
Thank you, Your Worship. Back in 2005, Council accepted the full cost of water and wastewater services study that was prepared by George Davis and Associates, and we've been using that ever since. In 2020, Cobide Engineering updated the Hanover Drinking Water Financial Plan as per Regulation 45307. And that report indicated that a minimum of 3% annual rate increase is required to cover the operating expenses alone. And the water system planning for the horizon of 2021 to 2026 was assuming an inflation rate of 2%. That's why they're suggesting a 3% minimum. In April 2018, Council may remember we had an asset management plan, which at that time stated that we needed to cover at least 0.5% increase in rates just over the next 5 years if we were to catch up on the deficit. Deficit meaning we only put aside, say, $500,000 and we need $800,000 a year on a requirement. So we need to keep increasing until we get to that point. In a perfect world, it would be great if we ever get to that point, but it's so many things come up and it's very difficult. So this is just a guideline for us. I've shown you a chart on page 2 of the report that shows you what our rates have gone up in the past 5 years. Wastewater is a percentage of the water. It was originally 147%, dropped down to 115 in 2008, is now currently sitting at 130. 130%, I should say, not 130. So in an effort to sustain the municipality's water and wastewater system and comply with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks principles of financially sustainable water and wastewater, we have to keep pace with the cost of the required maintenance and upgrades. So we have already, I've mentioned about the deficit gap we have, and the Cobide Engineering stating that we have a minimum of 3% annually. The chlorine, utilities, fuel are all increasing more than 3%. If I'm not mistaken, chlorine was up 55%, utilities at least 40% on gas, and fuel we had assumed a 25% increase. So a far cry from the 3% increase. In consideration of the actual operational cost increases the municipality has been experiencing, as I've just mentioned, this 3% is a minimum investment required. According to our asset management and our growth future requirements, we've given you a list there over the next 5 years of significant major water and wastewater capital projects. So as we've mentioned before, the 7th Avenue Water Tower Rehab, about 8.9 million. We have applied for ICIP green funding where we're eligible for up to $3.3 million on that. The rest will come from our own reserves or long-term borrowing. We have the 14th Street Water Tower Rehab that will have to be done shortly thereafter of almost $1.9 million. The upgrades to the existing wastewater treatment plant at the existing plant is a minimum of $7 million. Plus, we also require another amount for the vortex grit removal system, east plant aeration, replace screening conveyors, primary digester. With all those together, you're looking at a potential range of $10 to $15 million for the existing wastewater treatment plant alone. fingers crossed, we don't need to have an expansion, or we're looking at another $45 million for that. That's a rough estimate. That's probably low. So we're looking at a total estimated cost of close to $69,800,000 just for water, wastewater. Again, these figures that we've shown there do not include the regular road reconstruction projects that require between 100 to 300,000 per project. As you remember, every time we do a road, it's close to $1 million between road, sidewalks, storm, water, and sewer. So we have provided you with two options here, and these assumptions are based that the flat rates usually cover most capital reserve funds in any long-term debt costs, and consumption covers mostly our operation costs. Keep in mind, these are just guidelines. One year we spend more on capital than the other year, so we're taking money from the flat rates and consumption. We're putting them together to get the best possible rate for us. We're looking at a flat water rate increase from $14.50 to $15. That's a 3.4% increase. We're looking at increasing the wastewater rate to reflect 135%. So it would be a 5% increase going from 1885 to 2025. Water consumption rate increase from $1 to $1.05. That's a 5%. And then the wastewater consumption rate increased from $1.30 to $1.42. Again, that would be 135% of 105. It says 130, but it should say 105, 135. That's about a 9% increase. These rates provide us additional revenue of approximately $260,200, and I've broken it down there for you between water operations capital versus wastewater operations capital. This results in an average yearly increase of $6 for water operations and $12 for water capital, about $18 a year for total water, and about what did I say, $16.80 for wastewater operations and $28.80 for wastewater capital, a total of $45.60 for wastewater. So that's a yearly increase of $63.60 or $5.30. The difference on option 2 is that there's 25 cents less on the flat rate. Other than that, the rest will stay the same, 135%. The consumption rate still to be $1.05. Again, these are all minimal rates. Option 1 and option 2 are still not enough to cover our current large increases. When we looked at our rates, just the wastewater treatment plant is going up 16.8%, and the wastewater treatment plant is going up 13.8%. So we make the adjustments in the other smaller areas within water and wastewater to adjust for the reserve funds as well as the capital. In the 2023, we're having no monies going to the reserve fund because there isn't anything there because of too much capital that's being done. And we actually have to take from reserves to cover the water. And this is first with us increasing to option number 1. So the proposed increases on option 2 would be a difference of $56.52 a year or $4.71 a year. So option 1 is a 6.68% or approximately $63.60 a year, which allows us to sustain some of our current and anticipated capital requirements over the next 3 to 5 years and some associated growth. Our AMP requirements, that'd be asset management plan, are required inflationary costs to offset future replacement costs, as well as the 3% that 2020 COBIDE report suggested. Option 2 would be a 5.94% increase or $56.52 a year. This would allow us to continue towards a path of sustainability of the systems, a minimum of the AMP, but only cover some of the inflationary costs. I've given you a chart there to show you what option 1 and option 2 shows for revenue for both water and wastewater, and what our 22 budgeted expenditures were at that time. We continue to review these rates on a yearly basis in order to implement a system of manageable increases as opposed to one-time significant increases. So I've also provided to you a copy of our rates in comparison to our fellow municipalities in the area. And you can see from that that it's extremely low compared to the other areas or within line with it. I think we're still lower than every other one other than our Hanover double out of town rates. That one's different. So the link to strategic plan is our municipals number 4, sustainable municipal operations. Recommendation is that this report, DCSO 223, our 2023 water and wastewater rates be received. The council accepts administration recommendations for 2023 water and wastewater rates as follow. Minimum flat water rate increased from $14.50 to $15. The flat wastewater rate increased to 135% of the water rate, which is increasing from $18.85 to $20.25 a month. And this is effective January 1st with our 1st of March billings. The water consumption rate increased from $1 to $1.05. And the wastewater consumption rate increased from $1.30 to $1.42. And that these rates be contained in the 2023 fees and charges bylaw. I'll be happy to answer any questions, as would Ron.
Thanks, Chris. All right, council, questions, comments, discussion. Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you very much, Chris, for the report. I appreciate the fact that as a town, we are taking proactive steps to ensure that our finances are available to fund future expenses related to our water and wastewater operations. I had a chance to reread the COBID report on the weekend, and it's clear that the inflation numbers that they had used did not consider 6 and 7% increases overall in inflation like we're currently seeing. And the water tower replacement cost was also estimated at $3.8 million in their report, which is significantly below the current estimate, even within the town's grant funding for the project. So I think I had asked Chris earlier today about the deficit funding, and the report notes that we're trying to get out of this deficit position. And over this 5-year period, if we did 0.5% increases, we would eventually get out of the deficit, and we're still not there. It looks like at this point in time, we should be putting $1.5 million per year strictly towards capital requirements to maintain our existing assets, and we're still only at less than 1.4 million. So I do support option 1 to help us on this path to sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Cable. Other comments? Councillor Hocking.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Chris was presenting a report, by the way, very comprehensive as usual. Had a tough time following it, but that's just me. Oh, sorry. I got to stop sitting beside her. My apologies. Again, an excellent report as always. And for 61 cents per month, we can gain almost $45,000 in revenue. So I'm supporting option number 1. It's the proper way to go, as Councillor Cable has indicated. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. In looking through this, I did ask Chris earlier if it had to be the water and sewage flat rate increased as well as the consumption rate, and she indicated that it doesn't have to work together. So because of the temperature of our town and the amount of monies that people are increasing in other things, I would like to see option 2, because the flat rate, if it stays the same, that's something that an individual can't control, but they can control the consumption of water, and perhaps be able to reduce the cost of their bills over monthly, yearly time. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? All right, I will call the question, and the report DCS 0223 is recommending option 1 as presented. So I will call all in favor. Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9.7 is report DCS 0323, and it is the 2023 user fees and charges. It's from Chris Walker, our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer. I need a mover and seconder to put this one on the floor. Councillor Cable and Councillor Hocking. Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Each year we go through all the respective advisory committees and with our department heads to review our user fees and charges. All the schedules have been noted there of what they cover. And you may remember back in July 2021 that PRC brought a report called Build Back Better Assistance Strategy that was presented to council. And in that, it was suggested that we have a 0% increase in 2021 or 2022, sorry, and that we have a 2% annually for 2023 and 2024. So that has been reflected in these new rates that have gone in there. I've given you a breakdown for each schedule, who it's reviewed by, and what the fees were reviewed and updated, and what the possible impact for those changes would be. So for under Schedule A, that's our administrative staff looked at the fees. And as you know, the Schedule A is for general administration, licensing, that kind of stuff. Minimal changes, all current rates are in line with surrounding municipalities. The cemetery board, there's an impact probably about $4,400. Again, these impacts are based on what we got in 2022 with these new rates, what it would have been. So I can only assume based on identical, what we got in 2022 will be the same in 2023 with these new rates. Okay. The PRC Advisory Committee did Schedule C, and there was an error in Schedule C. Thank you to Councillor Cable. He's seen that rate. It's on page 4 under prime time. It says 111. It should actually be 108. It's supposed to be 2%, and that was almost a 5%. And Laura acknowledged that that was an error sent over. So that has been changed, and Vicky has graciously made sure that the bylaw has been updated with that proper rate. Again, about $4,100 would be available with all those new rates put in place. The PRC advisory also did Schedule D, which is all your programs, recreation programs. So those would see a significant increase, and that would be an increase of about $10,800. Library board had minimal changes. The other one for Schedule F is our water and sewage, which you just passed. So that would be reflected from our recent report. G was from the landfill committee. And again, these are the joint landfill committee. So it'll be about $29,200. Doesn't come into the town of Hanover's. It comes into the landfill joint budget. Fire chief, did the fire rates, and these are all based on comparators and the Ontario Fire Marshal fees. There are minimal changes to the building code charges for building permits. And then the planning and development, again, had minimal based on the applications. It will be an impact of about $1,700 unless Bill 23, maybe we won't see that then. We're not sure. And Schedule K was your licenses. There were no changes on that one. Schedule F, that was for animal control. And after at least 15 years, we've decided that the rates have to go up because it costs a lot for those dogs running at large. So there is an increased revenue of about $2,000. And administrative staff for Schedule M, that would be for our local medical clinic areas. And we'd see approximately $200 more based on our stuff. So the attached schedule will show what the current 2022 fee is and our proposed rates. And these have been highlighted in red and yellow so that you could pick them out real quick when you looked at them. And in order for any of these fees to be effective, a bylaw to prescribe these fees is required. So that's being presented tonight as well. So the financial implications, we would see an additional revenue of approximately $23,200 as noted in the table. All other areas of the rates remain unchanged. Most revenues will be in the user fee budgets of landfill, about 29.2, and the water and wastewater as noted previously in the other report. This link to strategic plan is the Sustainable Municipal Operations Direction number 4. Recommendation that this report DCS 0323 for 2023 user fees and charges be received. The council accept changes to the attached user fees and charges for 2023 as proposed. And further that a bylaw to establish the rates, fees and charges for various services provided by the municipality be presented for council's consideration. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Discussion, Councillor Hocking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question, Chris. It deals with the community theater lighting operator, 8325. Does that also include sound operator?
Through your worship, no, it does not.
I have been to a couple events, and we just spent $2.8 million on a major renovation. We've got a very, very sophisticated sound system. And I wonder if it's not prudent for us to attach to the permit when they rent that that they have someone from our staff be included as a sound because as I'm just saying, it's very sophisticated and some people are having difficulty getting that going. And if that could be sort of a requirement so that we in long term protect our equipment, because if they start abusing it, it won't be long, we'll be asked to replace it.
Go ahead, Chris.
Through your worship, yes, we do have a stipulation that only theater operators for both audio and lighting can be used or be trained first. I know Back Porch had their own that was trained through there to do the lighting, but they did not have audio. So we provide the audio and he pays for that. But I think to answer your question, we really should put in another one in there that says audio operator as well, and it'll be the exact same price. So I propose that we add that additional line to put theater audio operator as well. So there should be a charge of $83.25 for the lights, $83.25 for the audio as well. That was missed. It should have said either. They are separate entities.
So how does that work for the community players then? They would have audio, they would have lighting too.
Correct. They have a lighting operator and audio operator, but a few of them are actually affiliated with the Hanover Community Players, so they donate their time instead of doing a payment. But for anybody outside coming in, they have to use our lighting operators and our audio operators, and they would be charged that. They have the choice to run it free of charge for these community players if they wanted to, or they get paid through the town and then donate back their monies if they wish.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I look through the fees and schedules there, the only non-resident adjustment is for water and sewer. Is that correct?
That is correct, because they're not part of the town, so they're called out of town and they get charged double.
So, and I believe it's likely prior to my time on council when non-residents did pay extra fees for other facilities that we use. Is there some history here as to why we don't entertain that thought again when?
Go ahead, Sherry.
So we had a non-resident fee until I believe I'm sorry, I'm just got a little tickle here. A non-resident fee till about 2014 or 2015 approximately. And we did a fairly extensive review at that time, and it was council direction to remove the non-resident fees. And it was mostly on our Parks and Recreation facility rates. And I believe at that time we were looking at being kind of that regional, I don't want to say partner, but regional center. And therefore the using non-resident fees or charging non-resident fees was almost detrimental to that regional center trait or what we were trying to project.
Do we know if the staff have any idea how many other municipalities have the same type of policy of not charging non-residents additional funds, or are we the only ones, or are we in the majority by being that way?
I would think we're in the majority. I'm aware of Owen Sound having some non-resident rates, but I'm not aware of others that do.
Okay, so I'm not trying to create a lot of work for anyone here, so I'm just interested in whether or not what type of difference that would make to us. Has there been any projections made as to what kind of dollars that would have on our bottom line?
No, not from a non-resident, because again, like if I recall from when we had non-resident rates, the revenue might have been, I shouldn't say, because that was a while ago. I'd have to go back to that report. What I could offer to do, Deputy Mayor, is provide you with that report. We would have that on record as at least background to why they were removed. Again, it was around that 2014 or 2015, but it would have some background data. Without me having it in front of me, I wouldn't be able to share some of the exact details in there.
Yes, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Hawking, then Councillor Fleet.
Just a bit of a historical perspective. When we built the pool, it was one of the main features was, as Sherry, it was to become a recreational hub for Grey Bruce. And not only did it bring funds to the pool, it also had a spill-off effect that people would go and buy at stores. And so the consultants at that time said, make sure you have it from a regional, don't get into charging extra fees. So that was at the beginning. When I was principal of GDSS, I set a deal, I guess, or a thing with Mike Dunlop, because 60% of the students go to GDSS do not live in Hanover. And we had swimming programs for everybody in phys ed. We mandated that anybody took grade 9 phys ed had to take swimming lessons. So he said, yeah, this is going to be very complicated if we charge a Hanover student. So we decided that everybody coming would pay a fee, but it would be equal. So I think from a standpoint, it builds better relationships with our communities at large that come in here. They feel that they're being invited, not excluded with an extra rate. I know the rec department has a policy where Hanover residents get first choice, and then that there's spaces left out, then residents from out of town can participate. So I think you're better to, in the end, I think you get more people using the pool by not having surcharges for outside residents. And of course, it has, as I mentioned, a spin-off effect because they'll go to other sources in our town. So I'm opposed to any effort to bring back fees for those simple reasons. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering with the aquatics program, when the last time that there was an increase on some of the, the preschool aquafit, those sort of things. I see that whole section has not had any rate increases at all. So just wondering when the last time maybe that they had one or why it's excluded.
Laura is online. So Laura, hopefully you heard that question and perhaps you can comment on that.
Hi, just having trouble with my video, but I think you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I would have to look up when the last time that was changed. I'd have to go back years, like I would say not last year pre-COVID, but I certainly would have to look that up for you to get an answer of when the last time we did increase those fees.
Sorry, can I just clarify, Councillor Hudson, you're talking about the general admissions for your preschool student, that type of thing, correct?
That's correct. So everything aquatics right down to swim memberships.
Right. So those are your single admissions. If I can
Right.
maybe add to that, those are your single admissions for attending an aquafit program or a lane swim or a public swim. I don't know the exact date, but it has been some time since those were increased. And again, when we look at the rate that's being charged, I think we're at that point of what's an affordable point of charging for an adult and top program as an example, or attendance at a general swim, and felt that those rates are probably fairly high compared to a lot of other pools, and hence why they've stayed that way for quite some time. And then the swim passes, just as some background, the swim passes are based on those individual general admission rates to calculate the swim pass rate.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hawking. Oh, sorry. Councillor Fleet. I didn't look at my notes. Go ahead, Councillor Fleet, then Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. Does the library charge non-residential fees?
Counselor Sacco, did you want to try that one?
They do, Harold. And I think that my understanding was that they pay the amount of money that we pay in our taxes for the library services. So it seems quite reasonable and fair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor Sacco. Counselor Hawking.
Thanks, your worship. Well, Laura's on the line. Laura, have you any idea what a 10-visit yoga class costs for an adult?
Yeah. Let me just grab that. So the way that it does, we don't actually set it up where it's an actual 10 or 20 visit pass. But currently the price for yoga for a 6-week session has been set at $66.84. Sorry, y'all, of course.
So $11 a visit.
Yeah.
And an adult taking a pool will pay $4.67 a visit. Think maybe adults could start paying a little more?
What we do often with the programs such as chair yoga, we often base that on expenses. And so we certainly have looked at that, and this price has increased over the last couple of years as well.
I would suggest that we do have this report and we could accept it as is and ask Parks and Rec and Culture Advisory Committee to keep that on their radar and review that, some of those specific lines.
Yeah, I can give you an example. For example, back in 2020, 5-week session was $47.69. Currently, our 5-week session is $55.70. So within 2 years, it's almost seen a $10 price increase. So I could figure out that percentage. So that is something that we have been looking at. And there's maybe a little bit of room for movement there, but not much.
Thanks, Laura. Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, your worship. Laura, I was looking at the senior swim over 65, the adult over 18, the aquatic aquafit, I guess it is. And those prices haven't increased for a while either. And I wonder if there's some room in there to increase some of those prices for the senior swim, adult over 18 and aquafit.
We can certainly revisit it at the same time as we're looking at the pool admissions. It's under the same category there.
Thank you.
Sherry, you had a
I
comment?
was just going to say, those were the same rates, I believe, that Counselor Hudson was referring to as well. So.
Right.
Counselor Hawking.
Yes, I think it's time we take a look at this, and I like your idea, your worship, about the advisory committee keeping tab on this. You know, we spend a lot of tax dollars into our recreation and that, and I think it's worthwhile. However, boy, I'm a slow learner. Yeah, talk too much. I think it's very important that we acknowledge that recreation is a very, very important service, and we get all kinds of accolades because of the program we offer. However, I think we have to start looking at, you know, easing the rates up a bit. And one of the things that we get caught up all the time is we keep talking about percentages increases. Well, you know, if you go from $1 to $2, it's you know, when you round it off to percent, it sounds terrible as opposed to a $1 increase. So just keep that in mind when we express our increases. But we do have a super facility, and we need to have it used more, but we also have to sort of make it a partnership that the community helps with it. Thanks.
Councillor Sacco.
I'm not on the Parks Rec and Culture Committee, but when you do look at these prices, I just want to share with you, talking to people when I was campaigning, people that are struggling, people that have kids and want to do things with them. I'd like to keep those prices as reasonable as we possibly can for those people.
Okay, so we're going to leave that with the PRC. And Laura, that's on your list. So good discussion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor of DCS 0323. That is carried. Thank you. Item 9.8 is report DCS 04-23. The subject is the updated 2023 budget status, and it's from Chris Walker, our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer. I need a mover and seconder to put that on the floor. I have Councillor Fleet and Councillor Hawking. Chris?
Who have you heard from more tonight? So as per our 2023 budget plan, administration is providing this report to advise council on our current status of the 2023 budget and requesting further direction. At December 19th, council considered the budget status that was prepared, and you requested that we look at getting to a maximum of 9.68% levy increase, which is an overall impact of 8% on the municipal tax portion, which, as Councillor Hawking already alluded to, don't look at the percentages, let's look at the dollar figures. 20 cents a day, $606 a month for every 100,000 assessment. And we all know what assessment is now that we've had the impact demonstration, so we know what that means. So there's our net impact, and I've put it in a chart so you know what we're looking at. So we have been able to reach that maximum level that was required by deferring some capital, increasing our OLG funding and interest income, and utilizing some of our reserves to offset our one-time items. We're going to preserve the existing programs and services with no cuts, as well as any of the strategic plan objectives commence in 2023. The list of items will be provided to council prior to that meeting or at the budget meeting so that you're aware of where the cuts were made in case you wanted to bring any of those back on during budget time. Some additional direction from council is required to address the following items. Our human resource manager was able to advise that she has received reports from 20 out of our 21 comparators that were used in our 2021 compensation and benefits market survey regarding the comparators that were approved by council back in 2021. We have received notification that the average of our comparators used in the market survey is currently providing a 3% wage. Some were 5.4, some were 5, some were 3. A lot were around the 3. There was one around 1.5, but the 5.4s and the 5s and the 4.8s were offsetting a lot of those. The Town of Hanover budget for 2023 has used an increase of 1.9 for non-union, union as per the contract, and the police as per their agreement. This puts the non-union municipal grid below the market average, meaning we will no longer be paying at the percentile of the market that was agreed upon in 2021, which could impact our competitive advantage. Should council wish to keep the increases in line with the market comparators by increasing the wages to 3% versus 1.9 for this grid, there would be an additional cost to the town's 2023 budget of approximately $39,500. The library would see $4,200 and the $1,400 again to the joint landfill. It won't affect the town part. And the second one was no additional monies have been budgeted for the launch pad as per the request on December 19th. The status quo of $100,000 has been included in the proposed 2023 budget. And I provided you a summary there of the funding provided to Launchpad and their subsequent yearly surplus deficits that have occurred since its inception in May 2015. Since 2015, we've been providing $100,000. In 2016, we provided them $110,000 because they had excess from the previous year that was left over. That's why it looks that way. At the time when we're doing the proposal, it was 110. And then at the end of the year end, it was about $99,895, difference of $211. So we weren't going back to ask for the $211 at that point, in case you're wondering math wise why it's out by that. So there are no direct financial implications with the support as it's dependent on your direction. And the direction provided will be further considered by council during our special budget meeting on January 30th. The link to the strategic plan is sustainable municipal operations. So the recommendation is that the report DCS 0423, the updated 2023 budget status be received by council, and that council provide direction as requested in preparation for the presentation of the draft 2023 budget to council on January 30th. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, let's start with the first one with the market comparators. Do we want to increase from 1.9% to 3%? Discussion? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Well, I guess I'll start. I think overall, I've had some feedback since our last council meeting, and the 8% is not sitting well. So to look at the increase, an increase for wages on top of that, I'm not against being competitive in the market, and I think we need to be, but along with that, we need to find some efficiency somewhere here so that, if we can continue to pay that, we have to find some savings somewhere else. I'm also not in favor of cutting capital projects all the time, because eventually that comes home to roost as well. And, we just keep falling behind it on our infrastructure and things of that nature. So there has to be some other ways here. And I know we talked about development charges here earlier tonight. We talked non-resident user fees, all those good things. I think we need to find some ways to get that overall number down from the 8%. I don't have the solution, and I know that's why we depend on our staff, who has the handle on how these things go and what they can and cannot do within a year. But we are getting to a point where we do have to make some very difficult decisions regarding being able to continue to do things the way we always have done them. And I think we need to start that process sooner rather than later. So I know that doesn't speak specifically to the question you asked, Your Worship, but overall, I think we need to look at the entire package. And if we need to do that to attract and retain, part of attraction and retaining people is you want to have the best. And the reason you want the best is so they can find these savings, so they can find efficiencies, and they can come up with different ways of doing things so that we can keep our costs in line.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Cable? No? Councillor Fleet? Who's going first? Go ahead.
Thank you for the report, Chris. Each year that I've been on council, staff have reiterated the fact that the bundle of services that we currently offer are becoming increasingly challenging to maintain. And so I would like to see us really engage in maybe a more thorough discussion around this, and perhaps it's a strategic plan item where we can really dive into what are the services that we offer and list down what are the, essential services and what are the elective services that we offer and how much do they cost? Because I think for us, we don't necessarily know the ins and outs of all of the operation. And a lot of things, in my opinion, would be more of that essential aspect that we can't just get rid of. So a couple of years ago during COVID, we had that list, and even in the list that Brian presented the overall dollar figures were not millions, right? So I think we need to dive a little bit deeper in to figure out how we can adjust things. My only other comment would be around Launchpad funding, and I agree with the recommendation to maintain the $100,000 donation with no increase. However, I'd like to see us broach the idea of the town withholding a portion of that $100,000 to force repayment of the existing deficit. So for example, we would donate $100,000, but $10,000 would remain with the town to pay down the $90,000 deficit, and $90,000 would go to Launchpad.
Thank you. Other comments? Right now, oh, sorry, Councillor Fleet. I'm forgetting about you tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Deputy Mayor, I was going to call it Dickert, and Councillor Cable. I think we got to dive into this a little deeper and have a real good look at where we can cut. You don't want to go services, but where we can cut. Like Brandon was saying, there's places that aren't big dollar amounts, but it adds up. And I'd like to dive into this a bit further because, as Councillor Sacco was saying, there's a lot of families out there right now that are struggling. Gas prices, heat and hydro, water, sewer, grocery bills. So I feel that we need to dive into this a little bit further, so thank you.
So, and I can say that that is going to happen either just before the budget or when we are reviewing the budget, that there will be a list coming of what staff feels we can cut if we need to. But right now, we are discussing whether we want to increase from 1.9% to 3% so that we are with the municipal grid that the market comparator that has gone out. I do recognize that we need to attract and retain our staff. It's staff who has the knowledge and the resources that is going to help us get through these budgets. And we need that competitive advantage because it's an open market out there for municipal staff. They can go where they want to. And then we're left without our experienced staff. So let's just right now stick to that first one, the going from either 1.9%, staying at 1.9 or going to 3. Councillor Hawking.
I support the 3% for the very reasons that you just articulated. We'd have to remain competitive, and there's nothing wrong with being sort of in the middle of the field.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, so I think I'll just ask for a show of hands rather than a full vote because, well, maybe not. So if we put it on the floor that we go to 3%, and then now we talk about Launchpad, maybe we'll have consensus on it, whether you want to stay at the 100,000 or increase it as requested at the last presentation. Chris.
I'm just looking for direction on this. You don't have to tell me that you want 3%. You just say, do you want to do this or do we leave it status quo? Or do you want us to go? This wasn't to accept this report. It was to ask for direction for the next budget meeting.
Thank you for that. Okay. Pat, what's your thoughts? Councillor Sackle.
My question, actually, Chris, I had, thank you, Your Worship. I had asked about Launchpad, $100,000. Was that to be given forever? You've listed a number of years here from 2015. So I'm just wondering, was there an agreement in place for so many years?
Through Your Worship. I went back and there's like 7 different reports that came to council. First was more about the establishment, where they were going to set the place up. They had a lot of funding through the RED program, how they were going to get that up and running. And I remember council, and it's just through verbals that I can remember, they're saying, we want it to be sustainable. Don't expect us to be a blank check, that we want you to be accountable, to come back and tell us what you're using for your money. So I think part of that was the terms of reference was that the town would have a town representative on, and that town representative was to come back and let us know. And it's my understanding they come every year to the budget to present, and they also come and tell you their program throughout the year. That was the stipulation. I don't think it was continuous to be 100,000. It said they wanted it to be sustainable, was the original intent of it. But again, prices of everything goes up, and what funding is out there.
Okay, I'm not sure about the funding or the grants. We tried to clarify that when Nicholas was here. But I'm on Launchpad committee, so I'll be hearing more about all of that, I'm sure. But I'd like to go along with what Councillor Cable said, because the deficit is so high. I'd like to see something in place where they get back on track with their finances. Thank you.
And I agree with that. I feel we have a role to play, especially during strategic planning, what the future is on this contribution. We can't direct Launchpad what to do, as they are a separate board, but we are part of it, right? Like without that 100,000, that they wouldn't exist. They just wouldn't. So they need that backing from the town to apply for their grants. What you saw from the presentation, there was not There was very few grants applied for, and there are lots out there. You just got to focus on that. So, Councillor Hawking?
I thank you, Worship. I already mentioned this to Her Worship. I attended a Probus meeting and they had the program coordinator give a presentation and she did a very good job. And it left me with another feeling about Launchpad because she really did a wonderful explanation of its merit as opposed to the presentation we got where it was basically I called it a shock treatment on the request. So I think it wouldn't hurt maybe for the entire council to hear this presentation on what is accomplished through their program. However, after listening, I'm sure there are areas of which they could tighten the budget a bit, but I just wanted to inform everyone it was well done.
Councillor Fleet?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm on board with Councillor Cable. I think maybe, we should hold back a certain dollar amount from Launchpad. I see a deficit of almost $93,000 of taxpayers' dollars to operate this facility. And, we're looking to cut wherever we can cut. So, I sort of agree with Councillor Cable, and that's what I'd like to see going forward. Thank you.
And that may be something we can look at in the future. I don't think it's something we can look at for 2023. That's like pulling the rug out right now, right? They need to prepare that in 2 years or 1 year, the following year, they will only receive 90,000 rather than 100. And maybe they'll go down 10,000 every year until it's down to zero. But I mean, you do have to give them the opportunity to accept that 100,000 isn't a guarantee every year. So. Councillor Cable.
I think, Your Worship, and I do agree that, perhaps it's a long-term plan. I think we just need to kind of talk about the banking arrangement perhaps and looking at how we accumulate deficits. And, to me, if it was a regular not-for-profit that wasn't associated with the town, when you hit zero, you're at zero. But we seem to have this flow of cash that's available to go out. So I think we just want to clarify that going forward.
Okay, so we're going to give Chris direction. And by show of hands, how many council members would like to see a 3% from 1.9 to 3% for the market comparator? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to say that is direction, Chris, to go to 3%. Of course, during budget time, it may not be 3%, right, Chris? We can change our minds.
Through you, Your Worship, we can change our minds on non-union. We cannot change the contracts that have been agreed upon, the 1.9 and the 3% already for the others. So, and we're in agreement. We'll leave Launchpad at 100,000. And again, during budget time, if it comes to the crunch, that may be something we look at. So I'll say all in favor of this report, DCS 0423, after giving Chris direction. Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9.9, I should just ask before we go on, because we have viewing public, would council prefer that I actually state who is opposed? Going forward, that like your choice, only for the viewing public, people here know, but I can do that this councillor and this councillor was opposed, just for clarification. Okay, remind me if I miss out on that. Thank you. 9.9. Oh, okay. So opposed to the budget status direction was Deputy Mayor Dickert, Councillor Fleet, and Deputy Mayor,
So let's start again. The report was carried, but opposed when we voted was Deputy Mayor Dickert and Councillor Hudson and Councillor Cable. Thanks for that. So it is carried. You okay, Councillor Fleet?
So is this just on this one item, or are we gonna go back to fire hall and
Just on that one. I don't know if that'll be recorded in the minutes, but that will be, if the public is viewing or listening, they will hear. Because normally in the minutes, you either say carried or defeated. You don't list unless it's a recorded vote. But I think because we're just doing things differently as a hybrid situation. And maybe people, the viewing public, want to know. Maybe they don't want to sit through the whole council meeting and watch us. So, okay, 9.9, report DCS 0523, budget amendments, 2022 budget amendments. Chris is transferring to and from reserve and reserve funds. From Chris Walker, our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer. I need a mover and seconder to put that on the floor. Councillor Cable and Deputy Mayor Dickert. Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a report that we provide on a yearly basis because there have been adjustments to the budget throughout the year, either outside of the budget or there were reports to council and approvals that were done throughout the year. So I try and capture as much as I can and go through every meeting that council has and look at any financial implications and write down the stuff so that you're aware of the things that have changed. So a couple of them from operations, we had a report back in 2020 and it was to do a storm sewer easement for Riviera build and council agreed to that. The Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. There was an additional amount required for training costs the council agreed to. There was a JDSS sponsorship the council agreed to and the future budgets would include that as well. There was the outdoor rink. The council had a special report going through and there was about 17,000. Again, it's telling you where the costs were going to be come from. And the splash pad, oops, as well, was another feasibility study that was going to be put together with the Center of Excellence. So council approved the use of 10,000 from general reserves. This is why we have those nice special general reserves there for those one-time things that come up throughout the year. For capital purposes, council will remember playground equipment. We received an Ontario Trillium funding for 100% of the playground equipment, but then there was also council would agree to moving forward in 2023 with future public playground equipment, and that will come up in the 2023 budget. Civic Center Center office renovations. We had increases to the office space for the new clerk position, so there was a new building completed. And it was a little higher than the 10,000 that was actually budgeted in there. So we were able to take those expenses from the storm sewer 21st Ave project that was saved, that was supposed to use the 2020 surplus funds from the reserve to offset these costs so that there was no cost to the taxes on that part. Theater renovation project, again, we had that report earlier tonight, so I'm not going to go through all that different areas where it was funded and the council approved to. 21st Avenue A storm sewer, we had some savings there. And I've showed you where the savings are. So we're not taking monies from reserves and we were able to take 59,600 of that, of the tax amount money that was only required and to be used that for our theater, and the 61,800 in reserve savings went to the Civic Center operations. So that's kind of, again, adjustments, how everything moves around. There was a request for the Heritage Square stage cover for about 79,800. There were 2 reports and council agreed to proceed with the installation. We were hoping to get grant funding money to be available. It can't be announced if we received it or not. We did. Okay, and the 5th Avenue and sanitary sewer reline money was to come from sewer reserves. It's not getting done till 2023. So those monies will get put to those reserves for wastewater to be used at another time. Same with the industrial land servicing. It was budgeted to all come from sewer reserves. Again, it will go back to sewer reserves to come up there. So again, if it's spent for taxes and we're not using it that year, we send it to general reserves to use at a different time. If it was budgeted for water fees or sewer fees and they're not being used, they then get to water reserves and sewer reserves for future use because that's what they were earmarked for. So we make sure that they don't fall out at the bottom. So they actually go back to where they need to be. So that's what all this report is about to do for that. Same with the trail system. East Loop didn't receive anything to be done in 2022. The money was sitting in the reserves to come out. It's staying there until it's required in 23. Again, the OLG funding, council's already agreed to that previous report. So those monies will be used towards the theater project. And then throughout the year, we have adjustments to tangible capital assets. What that means is sometimes we budget for something in operations and it actually comes into the threshold that it should be a capital. So we just change it to be in a capital item rather than in operations. It's still being covered through the same way it was paid for in the budget, but it just has to be earmarked as a capital asset because we have a policy in place and that's where it has to go. And then some of our funds that are to be transferred to reserves are either earmarked from existing reserves for use on a project and collected in 2023 through taxes for a particular purpose. As I mentioned, they get then put back to reserves so that they can be used for that purpose. In order to utilize the 2022 unexpended funds that have been raised through taxation, reserves, and grants, the actual year-end unexpended funds for those projects should and will be transferred back to the respective reserves and reserve funds in order to finance the completion of the projects in 2023 and our future projects. Council may remember that we passed a policy finance 014 regarding the operating surplus and deficit management, so that at any time during the year, if everything falls at the end and we have a surplus, say of 100,000, it was 50,000 would get transferred to our investing in Hanover, 30,000 would get transferred to our TCA reserve fund, 10% to our general reserves, and 10% to reduce our internal borrowing from any loan, our longest loan outstanding, we would reduce that. That's how that policy was put in place. So by not doing these other things first, that makes a huge amount there and everything else goes to these areas. We want to make sure the money goes back to where it was originally taxed and water and sewer user fees were made for. That's what this report is about. So the recommendation is that the report DCS 0523 2022 budget amendments transferred to and from reserves, reserve funds be received, and that council approve the 2022 budget amendments and transfers to and from reserve funds as presented. Again, they will change as the unexpended funds come in. We get more invoices and other stuff. As we all know, the year end really isn't over until about March 31st. And it actually is December 31st is our year end, but it takes 3 months by the time we get all the invoices and everything in. Oh, I forgot to say the link to strategic plan. Well, we know what that one is, sustainable municipal operations. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions, discussion, comments? Straightforward. I'll call the question. All in favor of DCS 05-23. That's carried. Okay, item 10 is committees of council minutes, and we have two sets of minutes. So I need a mover and seconder to put the first 10.1 and 10.2 on the floor. I have Councillor Sackle and Councillor Hudson. So the first one is the Joint Health and Safety Committee minutes from December 8th, and Melissa Hilgendorf will highlight those. Melissa?
Thank you, Your Worship. So December 8th was the final meeting for the Joint Health and Safety Committee of 2022. At the beginning of the meeting, they did a debrief of DriveWise training that was recently completed, as well as a review of inspection reports that were submitted and incident and accident reports. No trends were identified at that time. The committee reviewed upcoming training dates for our members to maintain their certifications and discussed fire extinguisher training, as well as workplace investigation training for managers and supervisors, as well as committee members. New business is where the committee spent majority of their time. They discussed use of our safety data sheet platform, updates to the town's chainsaw operation guideline, and changes that are upcoming in committee membership. We also reviewed and approved updates to the P&H Center Fire Safety Plan, the town's post-traumatic stress disorder guideline, and we're looking towards 2023 health and safety and workplace violence policy statements, which council saw earlier this evening. The committee also spent time reviewing 2022 progress and noted that all goals were met, which was a really good feeling for the committee and a job well done by everyone. Then 2023 planning took place, including setting our objectives and goals for 2023, reviewing items that have been included in the proposed budget, and then selecting meeting dates and co-chairs for the upcoming year. Beyond that, that's about it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Melissa. Any questions for Melissa? Okay, I don't see any. We'll move on to 10.2, and that's the Planning Advisory Committee minutes. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Planning Advisory Committee met on January the 10th. We appointed a chair and vice chair. Tim Norwood's back as our chair, and Mark Ebertsbach is our vice chair. Business arising from the minutes, the Secretary Treasurer stated under item number 9, Hanover Council passed a bylaw to enter a site agreement plan with Corey and Marilyn Grube. This is ground guys. A building permit has been issued and construction has commenced. The other one we discussed was Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act, which we've heard a whole lot about this evening. And the other 10.1 was a Blackburn News article, the December 21st, 22. The Secretary Treasurer highlighted the above referenced article whereby Saugeen Shores is exploring a community planning permit system to combine zoning, site plan, and minor variances process in one application. I'd take any questions.
Thanks, Councillor Fleet. Are there any questions? Councillor Hawking.
I just a question of Councillor Fleet. Are the meetings going to start at 4? Instead of 5? Okay, so that wasn't a typo. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
that's right. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So we do have a motion on the floor, and this is to receive and approve the recommendations in those 2 sets of minutes that were just highlighted. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We're on to bylaws, item 11, and we have 2. So I need a mover and seconder to put those on the floor. Councillor Cable and Deputy Mayor Dickert. And I will ask the clerk for the intent of the bylaws.
Bylaw 325023 is a bylaw of the town of Hanover to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the town of Hanover at its regular meeting held on December 19th, 2022. And bylaw 325123 is a bylaw to establish the rates, fees, and charges for various services provided by the municipality, and that will be as amended.
Thank you, Vicky. So it's been moved by Councillor Cable, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dickert, that bylaw numbers 3250-23 and 3251-23 be introduced and that they be taken as read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and inserted in the bylaw book. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Item 12 is correspondence requiring action. We do not have any this evening. Item 13 is reports and correspondence for information. The first one, 13.1, is report PB 02-23. The subject is the Municipal Law Enforcement Quarterly Report, and it is from October to December of 2022, and it's from Ken Campbell, our Municipal Law Enforcement Officer. Ken?
Thank you, Your Worship. Looks like I'm having a little bit of video difficulty here, so it's just going to be my audio this evening. Okay. There we go. I don't know. I think you can see half of me anyways. So for this quarter, on the 4th quarter and parking, I dealt with 11 complaints, parking for extended periods of time. And we had 1 parking on private property on a vacant lot. So we got that one sorted out. 9 in clean yards, residential garbage, just given the weather that we've had, fairly prevalent. Illegal dumping, that was prevalent this quarter too. I actually received 3 complaints of illegal dumping, dead trees, and zoning. There were 3. Still working on cleaning up the site triangles. And 2 of those were complaint driven. The other one was proactive. So just trying to increase the safety of our site triangles in town here. Parking of RV vehicles and accessory buildings. And in animal control, 9 complaints, requests for live traps for nuisance animals, missing animals and animals running at large. And in signs, I had 1, and it was just based around the placement of the sign. It was actually on municipal property, just on the main street there. So the property lines are very limited, and they have to have them set back. As far as fences, just based on the location, property standards, I dealt with water drainage issues, exterior lighting, some projecting on the adjacent building, and another property that had inadequate lighting, fences in disrepair, mobile canteen, nothing there. As far as parks, we had to speak to somebody letting their dog run off leash, open air. Let's see what I got here. We only had 2 this quarter, excessive smoke and 1 in a burn barrel. And for other inquiries, had 25, everything ranging from inquiries from Residential Tenancies Act, zoning, parking, and property standards. So the recommendation is that report PB 02-23 Municipal Law Enforcement Quarterly Report, October to December 2022, be received for council for information. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Can you just explain site triangles? That's when you're pulling out of your driveway or laneway, that it's safe, that you can see in both directions.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Typically, the site triangles are intersections on the road. So right now, our setback for site triangles, we don't like to have any obstructions within a 9-meter range. So if you actually take a line, you go straight back either way, and then you draw the line across, it forms a triangle. Anything that falls in that 9 meters, we try to have that clear for visibility.
Okay, so that could be like a hedge or a fence or something on the property that's impeding the sight line, right?
That is correct, yes. And typically it is trees, shrubs, hedges, and those types of things. So.
Okay, that's good. Thanks, Ken. Any comments or questions for Ken? Andrew?
Yes, Your Worship. And typically we don't get too worked up. It's really the height. You can see a fence on a corner lot go to the corner, but the intent is it's below 3 feet. So when you're driving, the obstruction at your eye level isn't in the way, just to clarify.
Very good. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. 13.2 is report PB 0123, and this is the 2022 building statistics for building permits, and it's from Andrew Wilkin, our manager of building services and CBO, and this is for information. Andrew?
Thank you, Your Worship. PB 1-23. Yes, every year we provide an annual summary of our building activity for council's information, and the chart below is for 2022. It also has some prior years on there as well, just for comparison and reference sakes. Number of permits issued, pretty well in line every year. The total cost value can get a bit skewed depending on if there's a larger project that starts, depending on the year. So 223 10th Street is in the 2022 calculation, which really pushes up the value. So just to explain kind of what the fluctuation is between those. Number of single detached dwellings, a little higher than 2021. 2020 being the highest with kind of COVID starting, really saw an influx at that time. Multi-residential dwellings, 165, again, 117 units of that being the apartment building at the corner of 10th Street. Commercial industrial, as you see there, signed permits pretty well in line with the previous year, and total residential renovations, as you see there, kind of plotted in the middle. Planning applications that were completed in 2022, there were 4 zoning bylaw amendments, 3 consents, 4 minor variances, and 8 site plan control agreements placed. And we talked about those today, how that some of that may alter with potential changes kind of coming down the pipe. Construction of new single detached dwellings, saw the slight increase. As I indicated, I was looking at some kind of current market standing, as it were, today or December of 2022, and listings were down, sales were down, and reduced average sale prices were down in December as to what they were in November and as what they were in December of 2021. So it feels like, kind of the higher rates seem to be taking their toll on the market a little bit right now. Non-residential development permits from this past year of note is the Popeyes Louisiana Chicken new build that has the Tokyo Smoke and Barburrito restaurant in there. Tokyo Smoke is occupied as of just prior to Christmas, and the other 2 I'm anticipating within the next month should both be occupied as well. Food Basics underwent fairly extensive renovation with new freezers and new rooftop equipment, and altered their layout, as well as the fire damage repairs at Johnny K Sports from the fire. And Whaling Real Estate is putting a new office building in their same location on 10th Street this year. Their permit was issued late last year. In 2023, we anticipate the potential of a new 128-bed long-term care. The building, the permit issued in 2022, but the actual building of 223 10th Street, they got off to a start, and they're waiting on some services to be relocated, but that's very exciting. 651 23rd Ave, the Geofocus project that we've been talking about, had some discussions with them, and it looks like their intent is to start this coming year, and also some interior fit ups for the old AMS building. We've received those drawings, and it looks like they're going to start their fit ups here early this year. And then finally, the few subdivisions, the Saugeen Cedar Heights West subdivision is very close to meeting their draft conditions, and be prepared to come to council, and hearing more on the Lucia Giorgio subdivision as well. We continue to talk to the owner of JDSS about their potential to redevelop the existing school, and how that coincides with potential plan of subdivision for the field that is part of that property as well. So hopefully there's some much needed updates on that in the early part of this year. There are no financial implications to the town associated with this report. The link to the strategic plan is economic development and community. And the recommendation is that report PB1-23 2022 statistics for building permits be received by council for information. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Andrew. Any comments or questions? Councillor Hudson.
Andrew, I'm wondering if you can just clarify some of these places for me that I'm not familiar with. The 595 First Street, former AMS, where is that?
595 First, through your worship, 595 First Street is just south of the high school, the new high school. In the industrial park, there was a shell of a building put up that had sat vacant for quite some time.
Okay. And what about the last one? Lucia Giorgio subdivision, where is that?
Through your worship, that subdivision is just north of the river going up 7th Ave. In the vacant agricultural fields behind 8th Ave North. So if you were working your way north up 7th Ave, head east when you get to the first road. I'm not sure what. Prior. Right. Yeah. 17? Yeah, okay. I'm glad I was clear on that.
Thank you.
I believe it's 18th Avenue, isn't it? Or 18th Street.
It's,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, but it's 8th Ave, right? You go over to 8th Ave, 8th Ave North, I guess.
North south is 8th Ave, but I think 18th Street is east west. You
Right.
have to go down 18th to get to 8th.
North of the dam,
Yes, I.
north and then east of 7th Ave.
And I could say south of the Hydro Hill, but not everybody knows where the Hydro Hill is, so. Okay, any other comments or questions for Andrew? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Andrew, how is the permit fee determined for the various building permits?
For clarity, typically square footage costs for, a new home, $2.25 a square foot. Commercial is a cost of construction, $8 per thousand or $12 per thousand on other various ones. So it can vary a little bit depending on what type of development, but those are typically it's either a cost per square foot on a residential or it's a cost per value of construction for every $1,000.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that one builder lists their house cost at 235 and another builder lists their house costing 600,000. If they're both the same square foot, the permit's the same cost.
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, that was for information. So 13.3 is the quarterly, this is FI 01-23. It is the quarterly activity report, October to December of 2022. And Chief Deniger has been patiently waiting. We should have some questions for him for his report. Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm okay with no questions, but so the fourth quarter emergency response totals are here. So in the fourth quarter, we saw medicals being number 1, false fire calls being number 2, and rescue being 3, with a total of 59 for the quarter. And then the year to date is actually a mirror of that. So medicals was number 1, false fire calls 2, and rescues 3, for a total of 199. Which is at present under review. We just want to make sure that those numbers are accurate before we submit them to the province. And I'll be updating that on my annual report when I come to council. Fire inspections, we saw 20 for the quarter. We issued 14 reports and 3 were still in progress. For Alarm for Life, we completed 4 and we had a 25% compliance rate. The good thing is that our compliance rate was slightly higher this year for Alarm for Life at approximately 30%. And for public education, we had 11 activities. We estimate over 1,000 participants and approximately 21 hours. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the chief? Not one. Thank you, Chief. Okay, 13.4 is report CL 01-23. The subject is the 2022 post-election and accessibility report. It's from Vicki McDonald, our clerk, and this is for information. Vicki?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as everyone here is aware, the municipal and school board elections were held across Ontario on October 24th, 2022. Elections were held for Hanover Council for the positions of mayor, deputy mayor, and councillors, as well as for trustees for the French public and French separate school boards. The trustees for the English public and English separate school board were acclaimed. So the Municipal Elections Act governs the conduct of the election and sets out the responsibilities of the clerk. In accordance with the Municipal Act, Hanover Council adopted to use telephone and internet voting for the 2022 election and approved the appropriate bylaw to do so. Interestingly, this was the most frequently or commonly used voting method for the 2022 election, with 5 Grey County municipalities and 141 other municipalities across the province using strictly internet and telephone voting. 84% of Hanover voters actually voted using the internet option, and those are the voters that did vote, so of the 2,401. Electors could also attend, electors were able to verify if they were included on the preliminary list of electors through Voter View, which is a web portal offered by MPAC. And they could also add, remove, or amend their information through that portal. As well, they could attend the municipal office during our regular office hours. And we also offered some extended hours at the office so that individuals could come in and register to vote or amend their information. Personalized letters were mailed to each eligible elector containing their unique PIN number, personal identification number, and this was required to access the voting portal. Letters were issued directly to those persons being added to the voters list while they were in attendance at the municipal office. So the final number of eligible voters in Hanover that were on the voters list was 6,115, and 2,401 persons, or 39.26%, actually voted. So this was a decrease of 9.38% over the voting statistics for the 2018 election. This wasn't unique across the province. There was a decline in voter turnout. We saw the province was reduced in 2022 at 36.3%. Down from 38.29%. So there wasn't a significant decrease province-wide, but Hanover is still above the curve in both the province and county for the voter turnout. Voting was steady throughout the voting period on each of the days, and there was obviously a significant increase on election day. There was also voters using internet and telephone voting throughout the 24-hour period. So there was someone voting, even if there's only one individual, between midnight or 6 a.m. And that was probably part of the benefit of using internet voting, was to enable those people the opportunity to vote based on their own schedules and what was convenient for them. So we see that being achieved with the number of voters that took the opportunity to vote at maybe uncommon hours of the day. The most popular voting time, interestingly, was between 10 a.m. and noon. And Appendix 1 that's attached to this report offers some graphics and images and summaries of the voter statistics. Communication with the public was done through newspaper and radio advertising, on our social media sites, and through other publications. Where possible, we did joint advertising with the other Grey County municipalities in an effort to enhance communications and achieve budget savings. Voter help centers were established at the municipal office and the library, which were staffed by employees that were appointed as election officials and therefore had to take an oath of secrecy. Additional computers were set up for the election as well at the Civic Center municipal office and in the library. Our own voting kiosk at the municipal office had 110 voters come into the office to vote. As part of the clerk's duties mandated under the Municipal Elections Act, I'm required to submit an accessibility report to the province outlining our identification, removal, and prevention of barriers that affect electors and candidates with disabilities. And this is to be made available to the public as well. This was a key priority for us. Thankfully, our facility in the library is an accessible facility. So it was mainly ensuring that our electronic voting devices that we had on site were suitable for electors that attended the office to vote. In doing that, we ensured we had a touch screen as well as a mouse operated laptop with a table that was accessible for assistive devices as well, such as wheelchairs or walkers. So we ensured those were set up in our administration center. Some of the other key accessibility advantages with electronic and telephone voting were enabling electors to vote from the privacy of their own homes. They didn't need to travel to a polling station to be able to vote. This was also an important consideration in view of the ongoing COVID infections as well, to protect individuals' health and safety. Electors could cast their ballot either at home or in our office with their assistive tools, such as a thumb switch. They could also use screen readers either at home with their own devices or in our office. With the telephone voting option, there was the ability to increase the volume or use their assisted devices again on their own telephone, which aided in making the election more accessible. As I had mentioned, we had extended help center hours, get my words in the right order here, at the municipal office. So there was a Saturday and evening hours available to assist with accommodating individual schedules. We also attended the Village and the Hanover Care Center for residents living there that wish to vote. We also took with us a touchscreen iPad and laptop. And I was surprised at how easy they adapted to using those devices. They thought it was a very easy, just use the touch screen and cast their ballot that way, and not to have to leave the center to do that. So that was some positive feedback. We also conducted accessible customer service training to ensure that we were in compliance with the AODA, and customer service standards and best practices were implemented. Feedback from the public was primarily positive. And as I said, many commented on the use of internet voting. There were still some issues with our telephone voting, as there had been in the previous election, not as many. It was a lengthier process. There were a couple of instances where individuals were caught in a loop with the telephone system, but once they called us, we could resolve it quickly within minutes, and they were able to cast their ballot. Financial implications. The total net cost of the election was $28,321.95. We had budgeted $27,300 based on an estimate of electors from the 2018 election. And the increase is likely the result of the increase in the number of electors. There are about 5,500 in 2018 and over the 6,000 for 2022. Linked to the strategic plan is community and sustainable municipal operations. And there are the charts attached there with additional information on voter turnout. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thanks, Vicki. Well done to you and staff. That sounds like you've covered everything for accessibility and had some good results. So comments or questions? Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Vicki. And thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask about Rivera. What kind of voter turnout did you end up getting there? Vicki, do you remember?
We had at Riviera, we probably had around 30 residents that voted, and it was not, it was more in the independent apartments. We had only a few individuals from the assisted living or the nursing home side that actually voted.
All right. And what about the Hanover Care Center? Do you remember?
The care center was probably, I'm thinking about 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And just one interesting individual that we had there, she was 99 years old and was waiting in line to vote and was thrilled to be able to do it with the iPad.
Oh, and I want to also mention that it was wonderful that there was a lineup outside the library when the library doors were about to open. So many people came here to get help. So that was interesting too. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question regarding this graph that you have here about recorded electors by ward. Help.
So this is based on our assessment and our assessment map of the municipality, and it's divided into different wards based on the section or area of town that you live in. And your roll number also incorporates that ward and poll into the roll number. So it's just interesting to see, and I should have attached a map of where the actual different polls were. Sorry, thank you for bringing that up. Just because I'm familiar with where the different polls and wards are in the town. So I can provide that to you after, but yes, that there are different areas in town, and it's interesting to see what the turnout is based on the different locations in the municipality.
Okay, I would like to see the map because I still have a bit of a concern about those people that kind of missed their opportunity in the Ward and Turner area back in there. And I don't know what ward that is, so that'd be great.
Yeah, I will absolutely provide the map.
Okay, any further questions? Comments? All right, moving on. Oh, 13.5 is the police service board meeting minutes from December 12th. You'll notice I'm listed as a guest because at that time I was not appointed, but I will highlight the minutes. Chris Walker attended the meeting to assist with the budget. The 2023 budget was approved at 3.171 million, which is 6.92% over the 2022 budget. Chief Knoll will be here to present on budget day, everything about that budget. Also, we're talking about joint board training for municipal police services, as in Saugeen Shores, Owen Sound, West Grey, and Hanover, and hosting it here in Hanover, so that new members and current members or past members has a refresher on the orientation and what's happening in the policing world. And we did have a request for a taxi fare increase, and the police services will be reviewing that, and that will be brought back to the police board and then eventually to this council for approval. And I think, and we did thank our outgoing chair, Don Smith, for the great work he did. He joined the board in 2014 and was chair of the board since 2018. So we did thank him and had a cake for him. So, and open to questions if anyone has questions. Thank you. Item 13.6 is from the Saugeen Conservation, and it is just announcing a new flood watch program. The program is seeking to engage the public in monitoring water levels in streams, rivers, and of course on the Lake Huron shoreline. And there will be signs going up so that if people in the area want to contact, or encouraging people in the area to contact the conservation just about changes in the water, and there'll also be a QR code. So just a new approach to that. Item 13.7, this is for information. It's already been highlighted once, but it's correspondence from Minister Steve Clark summarizing recent legislation and regulations regarding the housing supply, and specifically for Bill 109 and Bill 23. 13.8 is again for information. This is from Minister Clark, sharing initiatives that will help meet the goal of building those 1.5 million homes in the next 10 years. And specifically with regard to recruitment and internship of building inspectors, and giving free access to the building code manual when you're on site, when the builders are on, CBOs are on site. 13.9 is various municipalities voicing their concerns with regards to Bill 23. I think we're going to hear about Bill 23 for quite some time, so we'll just put that one aside. So counselor and staff updates. So I'll start this evening with Deputy Mayor Dickert. What's been happening in your world since our last council meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, with the Christmas break and all, things were fairly quiet, but I did attend the East End Trail meeting. A couple of trips to Saugeen Mobility as we continue to work through that until our incoming board takes over. Attended the county council meetings and the Clean Energy Summit last Friday at the Best Western in Walker, and it was a really great information session. Brock Dickinson was the keynote speaker, and certainly had some opinions, not necessarily agree with, but he was an excellent presenter and certainly brought forward a lot of food for thought and things to think about. And it dealt with inflation, it dealt with economic development, and all around a very good session. If you ever have the chance to listen to that presentation, I would certainly recommend it. But that kind of brings me up to date on what I've been up to.
Thank you, Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. December 30th, I attended the Hanover Chamber of Commerce Holiday Skate. Thanks to the Chamber for their support. I was flying out there, by the way. There was lots of families enjoying the free skate, and thank you to everybody that sponsors the free skate. It's just great to have that free skate out there for our residents. January 4th, we had a new fire hall team meeting. January 9th, I attended the trail plan meeting. There's lots of interest. And I've had my first DIA and Planning Advisory Committee meeting. And that's all I got to report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also attended the East End Trail meeting, and I'd like to compliment our staff for a well-organized and I heard back that the public really appreciated an opportunity to hear your presentation. So thank you again. And I was pleased with the turnout. Saugeen Municipal Airport meetings on the 21st and January the 19th. And just inform my colleagues, I have been elected chair of the Saugeen Municipal Airport. I attended a Probus meeting, as I mentioned before, on January the 11th. The guest speaker was Ashley Hoy, gave an excellent overview on the programming that happens at Launchpad. On Saturday the 13th, I attended a Friends of the Airport meeting on a Saturday morning to discuss long-term plans. They're a great partnership and volunteer group for the airport. And I attended my first Police Services Board meeting today on January the 16th. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson.
Well, I don't have a whole lot to report other than being at the East End Trails meeting, which, as Councillor Hawking said, it was very well put together by the town staff and you kept everybody in control. So that was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a whole lot to add. January 4th, I did attend the fire hall meeting with Councillor Fleet and certainly attended the trail update about the East End. And I think it was great that we also highlighted on the bridge work on the south line section as well. So that was a great update for residents on our trail projects. Tomorrow evening, the Hanover Bentinck and Brant Agricultural Society is hosting their annual general meeting. They're moving back to in-person, which is great. The strategic plan will not be ready for the meeting tomorrow evening, but we're hopeful that it will be presented for board approval in February.
Thank you, Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too attended the East End Trail meeting, and Sherry, I thought you did a wonderful job organizing and presenting. Then I attended the planning advisory meeting, just watching everybody and listening, and I didn't have to say anything, but it was interesting. I too was at the Probus meeting, and I agree. Ashley Hoy did a wonderful job talking about the programming at Launchpad. And tomorrow I'm going to the Chamber of Commerce luncheon, and guess who our guest speaker is? I think it's Andrew Wilkin. And I'm going to be attending my first economic development meeting on Wednesday. Thank you.
Very good. I also attended the East End Trails meeting, and I agree, staff did a great job presenting, and the public appreciate any information we can always share. And I did attend Light on Main on the Wednesday. That was their first luncheon since, or in 2023, I should say. They started back up in October. They had a Christmas dinner put on by Faye Moore and the Mellish family. 150 people attended on Christmas Day. But Light on Main was interesting. It's always nice if you have time to drop in, say hello, you can have lunch. It's a good thing that the volunteers are doing there. I also attended the Clean Energy Summit along with Deputy Mayor Dickert, and I agree it was, the guest speaker was well worth listening to. And I did attend, Alex Ruff had a free skate, our MP, and I didn't skate. You'll never see me skating or on the ice unless I'm dropping a puck, which is okay. I was networking with Alex Ruff, so that was good. And today I attended the Seniors Friendship Club. I was to be the guest speaker because there was some a couple of people from a Ukrainian family in West Gray that was present, and those people that are helping were also present from West Gray, and they were having so much fun that even by 2 o'clock they hadn't asked me to speak. So I said, I'll come back to another meeting because it was going on long, but the people were enjoying themselves. And I think that's the first meeting they've had in person for a while. So at this time, I will ask staff if they have anything they want to share that they want to put out there before our next meeting. And I don't see anybody online with their little hands up, and nobody's offering, so we'll continue on. So item 15 is planning and other meetings, and we're just meeting our timeline of 8 o'clock. Otherwise, we have to have a motion to continue later than 8 o'clock as per our procedure bylaw. So planning and other meetings, these are listed on the agenda and of course on our website. Dates to remember and announcements. The budget meeting is Monday, January 30th at 4 p.m. The next regular council meeting is on Tuesday, February 21st at 4 p.m. because Family Day is on the 20th. Next committee of the whole meeting is February 6th at 4 p.m. The Roma conference is this weekend, January 22nd to the 24th. And at this time, I'll ask if there's any notices of motion. Seeing none, we do not have a closed meeting, and I will ask for someone to move and second adjournment at 8:02. Deputy Mayor Dickert and Councillor Hawking, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.